right. We'll be kicking off the show here in a minute. Just give me a second to bring this up, and then we should be good. Here we go. What up, Dieter? Rebecca, how you doing? Tinkerbell, what's up? All right, guys, let's get the show on the road.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, or evening, if you will. Welcome to High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. Good to see y'all, and hope y'all had a good day. I had a day. I will go through this in a little bit here. I kind of talked about this a little bit on my last show about how I had a little scare, and it seems that might have foreshadowed something. So, hopefully nothing, but Yep. I had a appointment today. As I said, I will go over that in just a little bit. Oh, no wonder this hurts so much. Duh. Okay, yeah. Jeez. My day was okay. France beating Morocco was fun. Hell yeah. Enjoying that World Cup action, are you? All right. MAGA is a cult, a very large one. America is doomed. Yes. Well, I wouldn't call us doomed yet because we do have opposition. I don't know. I don't like the hyperbole. I don't like using hyperbole the way that we do. We overuse it. We like to do this like whole doomer stuff, and then the Chicken Little, boy who cries wolf, all that kind of stuff. So it is bad. Make no mistake. I'm not trying to say that it isn't and whitewash that at all. But I'm just saying this whole don't have hope. Everything sucks. It does nothing. It does literally nothing. If you're just gonna give up at that point, then they did win, and we kind of let that happen at that point. So we can't do that. And apparently my Band-Aid is now having an issue. Got a nice little They took my web shooters. Hey, that could be definitely interpreted as something else. Hey, gross. Yeah. All right. So yeah, here, Pep, here's a negative test result. Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, without further ado, I went and I had to go see my dermatologist today. It was a routine. This has been planned for over a year. I ended up getting more biopsies than I wanted. And, I mean, you initially don't want any, but I have 2 that are scary. There's no other way of putting it. The way that the doctor reacted to the one on my leg, that was not fun. Because he kind of went from joking and just, doing the thing where he's just, oh, hey, yeah, it's just your routine thing. Like, hey, every year you get something kind of, shaved off, or you gotta, go test this, make sure that it's not a cancerous spot. But this is the first time I've ever heard him go like, oh shit, we need this one. And like, he was talking to his assistant, and I was just like, what's going on? He's just like, so you do have one on your leg. We need to test this. He's like, this isn't a question. I'm like, okay. So, 7 to 10 days. 7 to 10 days is what I have to wait for this. Also, yeah, it's one of those ones too where I'm not gonna necessarily know the number, so there's a good chance that my phone will not actually like pick it up until it's like, you know, going to voicemail or whatever. So yeah, it's gonna suck. Which, by the way, that whole new like call blocking feature, if you have an iPhone, it's a call screening feature. It's very cool. Pep, it'll be okay. No, thank you, Rebecca. No, guys, I'm the only reason I even let you guys know is because we did talk about it on the last stream, literally. And I've already been through this, and I have been lucky enough for that one to come back all clear after they did the initial. I can't even call it a biopsy because it was technically it was a small surgery. It was like a inpatient or outpatient surgery or whatever the fuck, where they just numbed up my foot and then they just took a giant chunk of my foot. Still got that scar. That's fun. But yes, good vibes all around. I appreciate that, guys. I really do. The other ones that suck are like this one. This one sucked because I'm not sure if you know this, but getting a piece of your wrist shaved off kind of hurts, like a lot. The ankle. Okay, so anybody in chat that has an ankle tattoo, I have a level of respect and also curiosity about how you are a masochist to the like nth degree if you are getting an ankle tattoo. Holy fuck. That hurt so bad. Like, I can't. So it was funny. He was doing like the countdown thing, right? Where he was just like, okay, so this might sting a little. He's just like 3, 2, and he didn't say 1, and he just did. I was just like, oh yeah, like, okay, this I don't think it's gonna be that bad. Oh, son of a bitch! When I screamed that, you could see his assistant kind of go like, ooh. I'm pretty sure the entire hospital heard me, dude. I haven't yelped like that and swore like I don't think ever that like seriously it was that fucking loud. Like I screamed it. I enjoy punishment. Maybe a tattoo would be good. Hey, I mean, if you like that little bit of pain, maybe. I don't know. I don't. I hate that shit. No, thank you. You have feet tattoos and hand tattoos? What? That's a stinging. I'm not sure if I'm. No, thank you. No, thank you. I mean, good for you. And as I said, I do have like this level of respect for you for that. Because holy shit, tattoos over bones hurt like hell. That's what. Because he had to do this right on like the back of my ankle, and when I felt it hit that bone, holy fuck. It was funny as shit though, because I had myself like mentally convinced where I'm like, oh, this isn't gonna be that bad. There's no way. And it was just like the Novocaine needle or whatever the topical that they use. But like I said, guys, that was the first time I've ever had that sensation of the needle hit the bone like that. Oh, fuck that. So far. Only reason I don't have tattoos is I have no idea what to get. Yeah, Natch, actually, that's realistically kind of my big thing. Like, I don't like pain. I really just don't, but I would put up with, like, certain tattoos, like fatty spots, that kind of thing. Like, no big deal. I'm not that adverse to pain, but the whole, like, again, dude, feeling that on the I don't know. Maybe it was just, like, the visceral thing where it was just like, yay! But yeah, I wouldn't know what to get. I would not know what to get. Because I would also have that thing where I would want to change it all the time. So like I would have a tattoo for like 5 years and then just go get it covered up. But I also am broke. So I'm talking about doing tattoos when I happen to know that tattoos are very expensive. So yeah. Just better for me to be tattoo-less and just, I'm all right. You know what? Blank canvas. Likely to go to the grave this way. Maybe. I don't know. I was talking to my wife about this. she's gonna get tattoos. I know that she's, especially after this whole experience that she went through, she's talking about getting tattoos, which I think is cool. So when she does it, I'll likely do something. I don't know. I've been thinking about getting something for my mom. Because I don't know. I think that would be, she would love that. But if I did that, then my sister would have to be involved. Because my sister, she's tatted up, man. Like my sister, she's probably got 100 tattoos at least. So yeah. Yeah, tattoos sound really cool. Yeah, I think that, the ones like for her scar and like she's got some good ideas. I have a good one, or I have a good idea for a back piece. I would like to put on a little muscle before I got. Oh yeah, definitely do that. Bison tattoo. Just saying. Oh shit, that's actually not bad. Just a little shadow of a bison, or like just a little silhouette of a bison. Actually, huh? Damn. The funniest part is I can literally hear my mom just being like, "Hey." It's like, wait a minute. You know, not flowers, not any of that, nothing that like would, yeah. I would also get the bison. I like that. God damn it. You guys actually just might have figured out I'm about to get a bison tattoo based on Natch. Love you and I hate you for that. Of course Uni chimes in. She's like, I'll do that. It's just like, oh crap. Now I might have to like actually commit to this too. Shit. I take full credit. You should. You should be very proud of yourself. By the way, guys, as you file in here, if this is your first time, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. We kind of do a chill political news show, do that kind of stuff. But if you have not already, double tap that screen. Really, really helps me out. Also, if you guys have not already subbed to the channel, consider doing so. I'm getting ever so close to that 3K. I could really use it with a little bit of a boost. Well, I pretend. So, matching bison tattoos, how sweet. Yeah, shit. Because that actually makes sense. For my wife, me, and my sister to get them. Yeah. Shit. Aw, yeah, thanks, guys. With a very small fit. That's actually, there you go. Because, like, oh, my mom, she loved Ralph Lauren. I don't know why. Like, my mom was really into, like, fashion and, like, high fashion shit. It kind of annoyed me. But she was. So, I don't know. That could be kind of cool. Like, do, like, a silhouette of her petting the bison. That actually, there we go. I like that. C21H3O. What's that? Is that like a reminder for somebody, or Polo Ralph Lauren makes awesome shit, that's why? Oh, nice. Hey, look at that. I didn't even know that. Oh, that's cool. Do you have any pics of my mom? Not really, actually. Yeah, nothing like readily available on my computer or anything like that. I mean, I can show you a picture of her on my phone. Here. No tattoos. Oh, I don't have tattoos. I thought I was clear on that one. I don't have tattoos. No, like my sister, as I said, my sister has tattoos. I mean, okay, I might have gotten confused here. No, I was about to say, I don't have tats. This is probably, it's going to turn into something though. Like, again, if I get the bison one, then yeah, I don't know. See, this is also the reason, it's actually the same reason I don't play MMO games, is because I just know that I won't want to stop. Like, my sister warned me about that when she got hers. But also, my sister, she had, I think, 15 removals. So, I don't know. It's one of those things, too, where it's just like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, one little small tattoo for my mom, though. I think that would be okay. Because, like, the other stuff I wanted to do is, like, you know, it's almost tacky, I guess, like to do the paw prints, like, but I got shit. Just in the ones that I've owned, like had, while I've owned my own home, shit, I got 6. 6 different paw prints I'd have to get. I still love all mine, and you started at 18. Nice. See, that's actually very rare. That is very, very rare. I don't know a single person that doesn't actually have like like if they have tats that they don't regret one. How much is removal? I think that she was only paying $2,400 per. Oh no, it was per session. That's what it was. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we got to do the cancer ribbon thing. Yeah, that's right. Uni had a good idea about like the pepper with the microphone, or the pepper on the microphone. I might do a little bit more of that, like with that as a logo too, like as an alt logo. I love my logo. I really do. I had somebody offer to do a different logo, and they did a really good job. They did it was in like the style of Cuphead, but I love my logo. Like, it was one of the better ideas that I have ever had, and it's one of the better drawings I put together, so. Hey, Mitchell, what's up, dude? Good to see you, man. How you doing? It was good to see you in Discord, too. I always love... I'm a lurker in the Discord, if you guys didn't know that. I did actually, I have been posting a little bit more. But yeah, actually, I just read your comment about me calling it. I'm so pissed that I called that. I'm so fucking, like, I thought that too, where I was just like, I said this last night. I literally fucking, like, I'm sitting there on the table. Well, so I was getting some tummy time in, at the dermatologist today because of the way that they had to approach, the one on the back of my calf. So I'm sitting there just like, you know, I got my feetsies kicked up, and, you know, I might as well have had like my Teen Beat magazine, just like, ooh, let's see what the hot goss is. Gotta get my tummy time in. There's nothing better than just a little bit of tummy time. You know what I mean? You know, I'm not talking like, you know, baby's tummy time. I'm talking like grown ass, you know, adult. You flop on your bed, and then you just kind of roll onto your tum-tum, and then you do the thing where you kick up the feetsies, and then you're just like, might watch, you know, a little bit of a movie. You catch yourself doing this a little bit. Oh, fuck. Sufferers from TDS are terrible people. Whatever. Okay. Keep hating half your countrymen. You fucking... You're just one of the absolute easiest puppets to have, Israel or Russia. Which one are you? Are you the Israel puppet, or are you the Russia puppet? Because you're either or at this point, if you just keep going with that. Seriously. You ever think about that? How you spend so much time hating your neighbors? Which, realistically, you don't have the balls to actually hate these people, like, with gusto. Dude, you still probably do the thing where you secretly go to fucking Taco Bell, or even worse, a family-owned Mexican restaurant. But you do have that thought where you're just like, I could call, but I would also lose this awesome empanada. Well, I can't do that. You know what? They're on notice. We know how you absolute ghouls think. But thing is, I don't actually, even with your shittiness as a human being, I don't think that it's like, no, you shouldn't lose your rights, or we shouldn't have to kick you out of the country, or any of that bullshit, you know, all the shit that you guys go on about. But the notion of tummy time is so innocent. I know. Pep, there's a new channel on the This Space Discord. I was actually there for its inception. Alrighty, actually, you know what? Fuck it. So I'll just make an announcement here. So we had a meeting. We had a little team meet over on This Space, and I'm just gonna say a lot of good came from it. We now have a clear idea of what we want. We have a clear idea of who's gonna be part of it, who's gonna contribute what. Some there might be some programming changes, and this is for the better. Trust me, guys. And then also, this is where you guys come in. If you have ideas for creators that would like to work with this space, or if you have reached out to creators that would like to work with this space, we are going to be setting up a way to vet, not only vet them, but we're going to give them an opportunity where it's like, we'll see how they do on like the hour that we give, and then based on that, kind of, you know, make offers. Because again, this is a little harder to do when when we're not monetized. So it's a volunteer basis thing. So, but yeah, guys, exciting things in the future. And then I can make the official announcement. Tomorrow we have, or tomorrow, actually, let's make sure I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. No. Tomorrow, I think they're making their announcements on their shows. Okay, so, exciting... Wait. Exciting announcement. I need drum roll. Hold on. Wait. Drum roll. Where's the drum roll? Wait, you know what? Fuck this. I'll just Google it. Drum roll. Sound effect. We will officially have a new show on Thursdays on this space. Now, this will likely interfere with my hours. So I might have to go live right after we do this. But our new show is a panel show in the vein of like a leftist mafia, where we're going to have up to 6 creators on at one time, where we kind of discuss the news of the week, do a little bit of a wrap up on this space, kind of just get to know each other and just have a really cool show for you guys to interact with. And also, it is going to be exclusive on this space. So I think that this is probably the best idea that we've had yet. And yeah, we are going to be rolling it out next Thursday, 5 p.m. Eastern. So be there, guys. Next Thursday is going to be very exciting. We're also going to be putting together some commercials. I'm going to be airing some commercials for this space on my stream here. This is going to be exciting, where I'll have like little, 1 minute, 2 minute bumpers. I kind of had this idea where I'm like, hey, you know what? On P breaks, this would be great to play. So many slackers today. Like the stream, 24 watching live. I don't even know what our like count is, but Pinkerbell's calling you all out, guys. If you don't want to be on Pinkerbell's bad side, I highly recommend hitting that like button. And if you want to be on my good side, I don't know. I appreciate it. Guys. Please do the thing. Double tap. Doesn't really cost you anything. Now, the bigger ask is, yeah, if you guys want to contribute to the show, feel free. We got memberships. I have tiered memberships, which, by the way, guys, I am getting informed that apparently I'm either gonna have to change this, or they're not gonna let me. I don't know. I don't know. YouTube's doing weird stuff. I'm not gonna really take you through all that, but it's weird. But yeah, and if you guys want to donate to the stream, $2 donations get the dog a treat. So anytime that you donate over $2 or over, the dog gets a treat. Wait, what's up, Etch? What'd I miss? What'd you miss? The delay's not helping here today, so. Also, the big one is Twitch. Follow me over on Twitch and Twitter. Twitter also allows you to go live, so you never know what's gonna, you never know. So I, could also. Oh, what's YouTube not gonna allow? Oh, it's like the tiering system on my. Oh, thank you for on the super chats. Very well timed there, Rebecca. Thank you for the very kind $10 donation. Let's get this rocking. Hell yeah, look at this. Already at 15. Actually, I believe, who was the one that donated yesterday? That was the one to push us into this territory. Etch and Rebecca. Etch! Stan the man needs treats. Thank you. All right. Yes, he does.
HBX
All right, so watch this liquid boy come to
Stan the man
life.
need a treat.
When all of a sudden he's about to get his treats. Or do you not care? You okay? Uh-oh. Treat time? Yeah, I was about to say. What's going on here? Now you're doing your thing that you want to be lazy. You just swallowed that. There you go. This would be a little bit easier if you weren't completely sideways. You're so spoiled. Thank you, Etch and Rebecca. I really appreciate that. He appreciates that. Look at him. Right back to liquid. Right back to liquid Stan. Oh, boy. He is a trip. Let's try and get a better camera angle on him. Let's do this. Maybe that. I hate that I block him. You insist on being right over my shoulder, buddy. He is like a Greek god as you hand... I mean, yeah, he's literally just like, feed me, you plebeian. Yes, you are the common folk, and I am here to be lorded upon. Hey, little did you guys know that this stream is actually about him. Not me, him. Someone dumped a tiny kitten at the end of my driveway last night. He was covered in stickers. We got him cleaned up and even found him a home. Silver linings. The thing is, I think that cat needed to find its way to you so you could do that. That is awful that they did that. We actually just had a similar situation in our neighborhood where somebody, they crushed the back end of a cat in a door. Or it was a kitten. And then they dumped him. Yeah. Yeah. There's awful people out there. There really are. But the good news is that this kitten that had its hind legs broken made a full recovery. So you are awesome. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Damn, why would you put stickers on it? What the fuck? Okay, people are officially horrible. The sticker part tells me that it was a kid. And that the adults are also horrible. Like, this is the thing. I was actually just recently at the gas station. And I saw this mom just being an absolute goober, where number one, she's doing the thing that pisses me off the most in public. Speakerphone shouting. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't care where you're from. I don't care what your culture is. If that is part of it, fuck you. And this goes for everybody in America doing this shit. We don't need to hear your fucking conversations. You can hold it. You can hold that conversation. Or you can have that conversation a little bit more quiet. But looking at everybody else, looking at you being an asshole, then acting like we're all the assholes for being like, what is wrong with you? Yeah, fuck you. Also, this is the part that really bothered me. She was teaching her shithead kid to be a shithead kid. She was an awful parent. And, she was one of the ones that made me even think about it, where she's totally raising a bully. You know? And this is where I always thought it does fly in the face of, the bullies are just sympathetic characters that are bullied at home by their parents or some... Fuck you. No, learn how to emotionally regulate. I'm not here for it. I'm not here to coddle a bunch of fucking awful people. And you know what? I think that's where we need to, this is where boundaries need to be instituted, for anybody like this. And this is where I know that a lot of us, because we do care, they take advantage of that shit. You ever been walked on? You ever been in a one-sided friendship? That was so one-sided that you were literally like, I am being used. Well... At that point, it's fair game to shout into their phone. I was thinking about it. The thing is, you can tell that the guy on the other end of the line, if he heard another man's voice coming from that line, he'd probably be shouting at her. which makes me think. But again, the way that she was an asshole too. Like, my God. I was dude, I was short of recording it and wanting to show you guys because it was that bad where it was just like, holy crap, this person doesn't respect a single person besides themselves, if they even respect themselves. Ravy, what's up? Hello, Pepperino. Nice, that's a new one. How you doing? Latino Mafune, what's up? People need to understand to give, you need to give respect to get it. Yeah, they lost all that. And the thing that really pisses me off is the entitled attitude, and the worst is when they get rewarded for it. You know, like that. I think that's why the bricks and minifig story really pissed me off the way that it did. Not only the corrupt angle of it, but the fact that it played into that like entitled bullshit, and like the way that these absolute pricks that they make a little bit of money and then they need to hoard, and then it's like they think they're part of the club. This is also part of like the facade economy where it is just like, wait, you guys don't understand it. Like, yeah, so all right, so you have a house with columns, good for you. You got a 5-bedroom house, okay, all right. You got some jet skis. Oh, look at that, you got yourself a little summer cottage. Wow, how much credit card debt are you in? Oh, okay, interesting. So you're, I would say, anywhere but on an average of 30% to 70% of all that is debt. So let's just theoretically get a car accident, or even worse, a boat accident. Your insurance determines that you were at fault. All of a sudden, they want to not only raise your rates, but they deny you coverage. So then you're in the hole for over millions of dollars. Then, because of all of your assets, they start to threaten you with bankruptcy or foreclosure. Now I know that they can't go after your credit, but they can still go after you for the debt. That's one of the most fucking, like, the worst misconceptions about medical debt right now is people think that, yeah, you just don't pay it and then they don't come after you. Try it. It's kind of like trying to not pay your taxes. Good luck. Good luck. I've been seeing an increase in those stories where I'm just like, all right, while I agree with the sentiment, I might not, you know what? Good luck. You won't catch me fucking doing that. The great Bong Holio, we must get TP for its bunghole. Jesus Christ. I'll take it right to Beavis and Butthead. All right, cool. I seriously thought it was Pep until I watched it. Oh, really? Uh-oh. Great. So now I inspire those types of bits. Oh, no, am I typecasting myself? I did have that. Yeah. Medical debt is the worst. Yes, it is. I'm in immense levels of medical debt right now. It's insane. You can only laugh. Dude, when you see a bill that has, you know, you're like, oh, that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros. 5. Yeah, there's been a few of those where I'm just like, how? And then you look at the itemized shit, dude. It's fucking crazy. Like, you can only laugh. It's insane. It is that insane. Daily, man. Like, we are just getting to that point. Oh, yeah. Oh, by the end of this, I would not bet, or I would not doubt that by the end of this, that we reach over $1.5 million of debt. And this is for my household. Yeah. Oh, and this is with full coverage, by the way. Like, yeah. No, we're going to, yeah. I mean, I'm going to appeal it, so hopefully it does, you know, get a little bit taken care of. We're kind of in this hole right now of just waiting. That's another thing that they don't tell you about a lot of this stuff is that you have to wait. So I have to make $1 million. If I want to pay all my medical debt, yeah. Like straight up. That's how it is, man. Yep. Sorry, you just texted me. How is that being covered? That's crazy. Yep. Yeah. And like I said, like, we're at this point where we might be able to, to appeal. I've been told that is the process that we need to go through. Like, I was told this at the very beginning. We had a nurse advocate kind of like break it down for me, where she was just like, don't go and pay all these bills just yet. It was just like, wait, what? She's like, yeah, what sucks is if you go negotiate it too early, then you're not going to be able to negotiate it on the back end. So essentially what you need to do is you need to default on so many bills before you could even get to the point of being like, hey, hello, Mr. Hospital and administrator of the hospital. This is, cancer victim. Can I maybe get, a little bit of a discount? So thanks, guys. No, I appreciate it. Thank you for all the support in general. Just thank you for being here, for making my days a little bit easier. Thank you for all the financial support. It does go a long fucking way. So thank you. That's all I can really say. The default is the default. That's what, yeah, no, it is. You're not wrong. Like, we're supposed to do that. And the thing is, when I've talked to other people in medical debt, this is kind of what they've all said. Like, I talked to one of my friends. He wasn't even told this from like a nurse's advocate. He was told this just by his doctor, where I was like, wait, what? God. The fact that this is normalized in our system is just, and it's part of it. It's literally part of the system. That's insane. Yeah, and this is going back to that, like, the person that perceives themselves as being safe in America. Like, I'm telling you, man, there is this tax bracket of people, like people that own their own businesses, that did everything right, and they're doing a little bit better than, your average person. And they always convince themselves that, they totally 1000% earned that no matter what, even if it was like an inheritance or anything. Nothing pisses me off more than that shit. I'm not sitting here going like there's nobody that is self-made, because I know people that are, but that's the difference. The people that usually are the last ones to tell you that they are. So yeah. That's the petite bourgeois class. Yeah. And the petite bourgeois class is literally the ones where they're laughing at us. And like, Anna, I think that you're the one who pointed this out to me, was that their whole designation is to make sure that we don't have class solidarity. And that's why they're just like, no, you know what? They have the perception that they were given a little bit more. And then on top of it, this is why they love the Republican Party, is because immediately they're just like, well, they don't want to tax us. I just got into it with this person about fucking Texas, where they were just like, yeah, they want to abolish the property taxes on Texas. I'm like, so you guys don't have income taxes, and then you don't have property taxes. Where are you paying for your services? Where's that shortfall coming from? Because they're just like, well, they'll make it up. It's like, how much is that? How much is the shortfall? I don't know. I looked it up. It's $71.4 billion. Not trillion, so they ain't there yet, but that's a lot of fucking money that they need to make up in that shortfall. And again, this is a state that already has a electrical grid that they're having problems with. So, yeah, they'll make it up in sales tax. Thank you. Is Texas in Texas, every road has a fucking toll. The thing is, Texans love to say fuck the government without realizing that the private entities that they are being taken advantage of would have been better off going to the government in theory. That's just class politics, y'all. I understand. No, I understand. Like, this isn't like new to me, and this isn't like, oh my god, how could they? No, I'm just trying to do the same thing that you're doing, where it's just like, yep, this is how it goes. But seeing just how obvious it is, though, and trying to break it to them, where it's like, y'all, dude, just remember, if you fall on hard times, that attitude, immediately, I ain't the godly type to just be like, oh, I must be the better person. No, fuck that. If you're an asshole to me, and then you expect me to do something for you, yeah, you might as well go suck up to somebody else because you're just wasting your time. What's that term they used to say? Barking up the wrong tree. Labor should never be taxed or capital. Oh, only capital. Yeah. No, I agree with that. Remember to hit that like. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, dude, they're gonna like the employees are getting fucking taxed. Let's be real. I'm hearing scary stuff about sales tax, and the poorer people I know are sold on it because they think that it'll hit the rich. Yes, that's the problem is they don't understand it. They don't understand that no, technically this will make everything that you do and you buy, and I mean traveling, fucking all of it. Like it's gonna make your life so much more expensive. But most Americans, and this is where I agree with Andrea, are sub IQ. Like they are just fucking almost single digit IQ, peanut butter brained, absolute fucking buffoons that if they didn't have the ability to speak, there probably wouldn't be much separating them from actual orangutans. So I'm gonna be completely fair with that one now. I've been told by some Libby types and even lefty types that, yeah, but that you don't want to do that because then you might scare off. Yeah, okay. Can we stop? Can we stop with this magical fucking, oh, you're gonna piss off the one dude from MAGA that might have come around? It's like, yeah, enough. No. This is where it's like we don't focus on bringing people over to the left. We somehow... Like, this is why I've always gotten pissed at it, where it's just like, there's nothing that makes me more angry than seeing someone going after libs way harder than conservatives, like specifically in circles where they have the opportunity to do so. All right, I forgive the Texas sports teams. Yeah, I do not. For poorer people, they will pay more money, more percent of their money if all taxes were sales tax. Blame schools. Well, that's what they're gonna do. Yeah. No, that's what they do. That's what this is. Put it on sales tax because the thing is, the people that are saving, they'll have enough to fucking justify that, and they'll even say like, well, me not paying property taxes means that I have more money for food and more like I can contribute to the economy more, but. That's also like negating the fact that they're not the ones that are actually propping up the economy on a daily basis. Remember, your average person like that only goes shopping once a week, if that. No, it's like you were saying, they make it on fucking, your average poor person that needs to go fucking buy a piece of pizza from a gas station because they have to get back to work in 15 minutes because they only have a 15-minute fucking lunch break for a job that only pays them $7.25 a fucking hour. There's a good chance that piece of pizza cost them 90% of the hour's wage that they had just worked. So, no, I'm so sick and tired of these fucking elitists trying to tell people that work hard that they don't work hard enough. I can't stand the idea of whether you're a plumber, whether you're a venture capitalist, or I don't care if you sit in an office or you fucking, you bust your ass all day. If you have the attitude that your average fast food worker doesn't deserve to get paid more and doesn't work as hard as you, doses. And guess what? You're fucking full of shit. Like I said, this entitlement. The facts are the facts. Most people that own their own businesses like that then go on to exploit the people at the bottom class and then tell everybody how great they are. I don't do that to my workers. Yeah, fuck off. Seen it. I've literally seen it. A value meal at McDonald's costs more than an hour of minimum wage. Yeah, literally. Like if you work the federal minimum wage and your state hasn't done anything to adjust it, you're fucked. They want you to work hard to enrich them and not yourself. Yes, this is why they even instituted the idea of a 50-year mortgage, dude. Like they want you to be a slave. They want you to be a slave forever. Like that's the idea. That's the whole reason they do it. I can't understand that minimum wage. It's crazy. Yep. What's a pound of ground beef? About on average $8 to $11 right now. Depending on where you go. Yeah. You know what's kind of fucked up? the fact is that I have not bought ground beef that wasn't on the last day. So, like, it was on super sale because they were going to just throw it away otherwise, which, yeah, we could talk about that, too. They only send us bills so that we have to go to work to pay them off after all. Yes. I mean, dude, this is the whole idea of getting you trapped in interest rates. Do you understand that most people have, like, the debts that they have would have already paid for the principal, like, amount of whatever they're in debt for? That most people, especially with starting credit, they got locked into some really horrible interest rates. I'm one of them, man. Like, I had one of the worst fucking interest rates on a credit card. It was like, I think around 29%. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, what am I doing? And then I had to work double time just to get that one paid off so I didn't fuck myself. Damn, that would be $16. Well, yeah, $16 a pound. No, I said a pound. No, oh, sorry, it's $8 a pound. My bad. A pound of Beyond Beef. Oh, a kilo is about $8. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. 10 a kilo. Either way, it's way too expensive to buy beef right now. And that's another thing. Like, it's just the simple luxuries that Americans take for granted and have taken for granted. Like, we got fucked during COVID and they're doing it again. And meanwhile, you have shitheads that are just like, I love Trump. I love the Republican Party. Fuck the libs. Fuck the blue team. You know what? Let's just have a single party in our country. That's great. Let's just have a king. We need a king. And then simultaneously, they will just be like, oh, what's this no kings thing? I thought, we're not England. God, the way that they were fucking approaching the no kings stuff with that, where it's just like, we're no kings. Well, we already got no kings. You guys are protesting nothing. Bunch of jackasses. I have a 16 kilo kettlebell. It weighs about 33 pounds. Nice. I can feel the math in my bones. 33-pound kettlebell. I could work with that. I like to do 10 to 15 pound kettlebells, single arm workouts. Unrelated, but I have the same critique of the smug line of get a job if you feel that your hobby is expensive, otherwise quit complaining. Meanwhile, forget that once you have the job, you won't have enough time to engage with that hobby as you're working 40 to 48 hours a week and dealing with bills. This comes off as smug privilege to me. Yes, that's exactly what it is, Mountain Range. You're 1,000% correct about that. Maybe I got the amount wrong, but we were at a national park and they made hella money. Peps is probably ripped under that hoodie. If ripped means, built like Patrick the Starfish. Okay, I'm not that bad. Let's see. What kind of body type do I have? I wouldn't be out of place if I took my shirt off at the gathering of the Juggalos. Let's put it that way. Oh, wait. I don't have tattoos, though. So, yeah, I mean, I got dad bod. What's up? Like, got a little bit of a tire, Not as much of one now, but yeah. I mean, I'm kind of like, what's his face? That one Supreme Court justice. I like beer. Can we smoke now? Fuck yeah, let's do it. Cheers. We chilling, man. We in full chill mode. This is a Thursday stream, guys. You know what's up. I start late, and I really don't. I don't really care what we cover. I'm kind of at that point where I'm just like, all right. Alrighty, let's see. Transpath, hey, what's up? Jess, right? What you doing over there? But also, welcome to all of my fans over on the Twitch. I appreciate you being here. Oh, is AG actually talking about what's her face? Okay, so I just checked in with AG. Also, you guys should check out AG's show whenever you get the chance. I mean, I hate that we're live at the same time right now, but whatever. It's how it works. So I see that he's covering what's her face from the difficult conversation. The sister, like, she opened a bakery. She also has, like, I think another online store that like makes and sells. I'm just gonna say it. I genuinely hate that entire fucking family. I do. I hate them all. I hate Bob. I hate that dumb wife of his. I hate the kids. The kids suck. They're so dumb. They're so fucking dumb. I'm sorry. You have zero self-respect, and I mean, you did the right thing though. You monetized it. Good for you. Good for you. Watching your mom literally talk about, like, watching their mom talk about how they, like, not my boy Hassan. Yeah, fuck off. Fucking necessary conversation. It's the most unnecessary conversation that needs to happen on the internet right now is to have those idiots doing it. Also, can somebody, like, point out that to that one guy that it's like, hey, man, I don't know if you burned your face. I'm not sure if it's a birthmark, but, if you're gonna be on camera, shave the other fucking half of your face. It's distracting. Sorry. Yeah. Spicy pep time. Yeah, I don't know. Like, seriously, it's so fucking distracting. Did you watch any of the coverage? Dude, I tried. I fell asleep. Like, I started falling asleep. So, no, I wasn't able to watch, like, a significant portion of it. I tried to watch the testimony that lasted, like, 4 fucking hours. The way that this trial is going, I just wait. I just wait for the highlights, go based on that. This isn't the OJ trial, man. And I'm honestly, like, I'm getting a little tired of how piss poor this prosecution is, but he's still likely to get convicted. I'm waiting for a creator to make a video. Yeah, that's how it goes. IG, that kitchen was a microcosm that woke me up to the class solidarity and being robbed. Yep. Candy O will have a great synopsis, I'm sure. Same here. Way too much to go through. I agree. It's annoying. Yeah. Wait, are you talking about dude's beard? Or the fact that I don't know. Like, again, necessary conversation. Well, go make your bakery. Go start your bakery or whatever the fuck. So annoying. Anyway. I'm not going to take back what I said about his burn beard or whatever is going on there. Like, I get it. Pep, why would you debase yourself? Why would you debase yourself and make fun of someone's image like they can't control it? Well, this is the kicker. He can control this part. I wouldn't notice he has that problem if he just shaved the other half. I'm sorry. I'm also saying what I would do. You know, despite what half the comments on my fucking threads about my hair, you know what? No, it starts going. I'm likely not going to have it, or I'm going to just give up and go full wig. I want to bake infused goods. It's not a great business. I'll tell you that right now. That, or he needs to start flipping a coin on... Let's see what the coin has to say today. Lucky you. He goes fucking full Two-Face. All right, good one. I make delicious brownies. Yes, my wife does too. One of the funniest things that ever happened, her and my old roommate, they were making butter, and like they were baking brownies for a party, and I think I was streaming that day, and then I go upstairs, or I did something. No, because it was 420. I was not streaming. Either way, I was out doing something. I come back, and they are just completely gone. They're sitting there giggling while making the brownies. I was just like, you guys are having fun. And then Uni's just like, I think that we were licking the spoons. I think that we might have gotten a little messed up. I'm like, a little bit. It's like, dude, they were gone. And that was also one of the funniest bits because Uni found out that she actually can have edibles work. Because, yeah, she was one of those ones where she's like, I've never had an edible work before. I've never had an edible work before. That was the day that that was the day that Uni Moogle realized that she fucked up. Yeah, I've made the oils. I've done that. The big thing is the butane, man. You got to be careful with that shit. I can see how people have literally burnt down their entire house with trying to do that stuff. Like, you have to know what you're doing, and that's what sucks. It's kind of the same thing as, like, I watched this, like, piece about, like, electrical burning, and that a couple had, unfortunately succumbed. Weird word. But yes, they did not make it out of the home, and their home burnt down because they were trying to do like the lightning stuff. But the thing is, so what they do is they take a nail and two prongs, and they essentially take the electrical current from the house and put it into the wood to get a pattern. Apparently what happened, though, is one of the things that they did was like it was wrong, and they both got electrocuted, and then the house burned down. So, infused olive oil. Good choice. Good choice. I like it. I like the infused butters and olive oils specifically because of how well they work as far as like the potency, but also just in general how, like, yeah, go with the binding agents, guys. That's the best way to do it, in my opinion. They want you to work hard to enrich them, not for you. Oh, damn, Latino. I just had your chat actually get mixed into my... Oh, wait, that's because my multi-stream was frozen from that moment. Holy crap. Oh, burning wood with a 10... Yep. Oh, I heard about the wood making trend. Yep. Yeah, they were taking parts out of their microwave to make it. Yeah. Don't you just love the internet? There's nothing worse. Like, God, I'm gonna just say it. That was the wife's idea. That was a wife idea all the way, where she was just like, I saw it on TikTok and I saw it on YouTube and we have these things. I mean, and then the guy was just like, yeah, you know what? We could totally do this. We could make a video about it. And then, Shaka Khan. Here we are. Wow, a magnetron is not a toy? Yeah, no, it really isn't. That is not what I meant to bring. Why is it Comic Sans? Wait a minute. The hell did that happen? Fucking Comic Sans. I don't think so. They're fucking... What? Oh, man, I'm actually kind of, like, mad about that. Yeah, that works. There we go. You said that yesterday? You noticed it yesterday? Wait, it was like that yesterday? Yeah, I don't know when that happened. Dude. Yeah, Comic Sans. Listen, I know, like, I know I look like the type that would unironically use Comic Sans, but I have a surprise for you guys. I even have self-respect. What is that? What is that? Oh, man. I don't know. I guess, let's make sure that none of my other settings got changed here, 'cause that makes me a little worried. It's my favorite. I got made fun of it so much in high school for liking it that I apparently did turn into the enemy of Comic Sans. You seen that type that would that would ironically use it? Thanks, Kyle. Well, I didn't do that, so like I said, the only reason that I'm even kind of freaking a little bit is because, yeah, I mean, okay, no, hey, Stan Cam is perfectly back where it should be. No, I guess got changed. You're welcome, mate. That's your mate. Not your mate, friend. Friendo. Ooh, Friendo. That's a good one. We need to bring Friendo back. What's up, Friendo? All right. Oh, Leftist Mafia is going live. Oh, could be fun. So phone is an opportunity use at the moment. Oh, okay. No worries. Transpath, you're all good. Alrighty. There's nothing wrong with Comic Sans. It's a great bit of chum from Ragey streamers. Sorry guys. This is now making me aware that, yeah, there was a few things here that got totally changed. This explains what's going on in my chat. Fucking Streamlabs. Okay, so I think I see what happened. They put a new AI into Streamlabs. And I'm pretty sure that that's what started making adjustments. Yeah, I think it started making adjustments for me. I did not give it permissions to do that. And let's double check. Yo, if that's the case, oh, damn. Huh. Wow, dude, did you not get that last Gemini update? Holy fuck, man. Yeah, Google really, I think that they understood that they really screwed up. Because, yeah. They took the Gemini AI first off of your searches. But how did AI know? That's the thing. I don't have it on for anything like that, so I'm kind of wondering, like, how in the fuck did that... Whatever. Anyway, let's not get bogged down in the technical aspects of my show, even though I do a lot of hours here, so it's kind of one of those, I might as well just go through this with you guys. It's kind of fun sometimes, right? Ooh, trademarked. Yeah, I got fancy over there. Look at you. Look at you. Trying to be all official. Make sure that we don't have none of that fancy litigation against us. I appreciate it. I really do. Alrighty. What do we want to talk about today, man? Oh my god, I really don't. I was like, I don't want to cover politics. So... But then I did this thing. You see? Back around last August, I made a decision to cover politics. And I registered this channel as a news and politics channel. So guess what people expect me to be doing? That is the long and short of how that went. Do you know that what net nut means, Pep? I suspect everything is hacked, but it won't be a fun stream. Wait, what? Net nut? I don't know what that means. Apparently, Reckless Ben represented himself, and it didn't go well. Really? Oh no, that's not great. My analysis. News talked about Go Duck Go search because Google AI search. Really? I listen, if AI helps you, cool. I actually Televani, I asked her to put something together for me, and usually I would kind of be like, AI, not the okay. But the way that that she used it, it was the proper way, where it was just like, okay, like this is, it's a good way to kind of lay out a template. But yeah, I think that that's about it. Like, I'm not going to say that there isn't any use for it, but there's definitely, like, yeah, you got to be skeptical about it. And there's the other side of this, too, where it's like, now, dude, I'm so conspiracy brain lately, where I keep thinking, I'm like, wait, is my opposition to this, like, based in them trying to control, like, how I react to this, and they don't want me to use this? Is that part of it? God damn it, dude. I'm convinced that they're out here trying to fuck us all up. We need the tinfoil hats. I mean, I should probably wrap one of my my hats in tinfoil. Not a bad idea, actually. I have an old hat I can do that with. Netnut is just like, oh. Netnut is like jerking off into a screen door. Is that something else? FBI significantly impacted operations, but didn't get them all. I've heard of a lot of people saying that their Google passwords got owned within the last week. Oh, really? You can line the inside of a hat, no one will ever know. I meant like the other way, dude, where we make a bit of it. God. Don't make them think that I'm actually, like, you know, so far gone. Who's this PepTalks guy? Wait, he does conspiracy theories? Wait a minute. He's one of those guys that actually wears the actual tinfoil in the hat? Oh, he's a real one. Yeah, that's messed up. I have been kind of paying attention to a little bit of that. But I couldn't resist. But I can't use the Twitch account for such vulgar things. That is true. Soul Life is dealing with it. Help him out if you see him asking. Really? I did not know that he is dealing with that. Google has been warning people, so check for notifications for them. Let's do a little checkaroo here. Yeah. All green. We're good. I'm fine. For now. For now. Yeah, I'm not gonna get too big for my britches here. No, not more to deal with. The thing is, yeah. Oh god damn, dude. Okay, so I'll just be real with y'all. That's kind of why I had the reaction to the news at the dermatologist today. I was just like, I can't. I just can't. Like, I need a vacation, guys. Like, I need, like, if I had to say what I need, is that, like, I need the ability to go away for a few days, not worry about anything, and then come just feel refreshed. But, like, no, I'm telling you right now, that ain't happening. Like, I cannot go on vacation. Like, even if I did take a few days off of, like, my gig, I would still be here. Like, fuck. Ugh. Nothing from Google and nothing on have I been owned. It's only a problem if you sign into Discord by linking your Google. Oh, okay. I see. That, yeah, I don't do that. I'm sorry you can take a vacation. Everyone needs. I can't take a vacation. I can't afford it. Number one, like I literally cannot afford a vacation. I can't afford to go on vacation because I can't afford to lose that money. I can't afford to not stream because I can't afford to lose my fucking place in the algorithm. Like, for anybody that thinks that content creation is a way where you can make your own hours and never have your own boss, that is theoretically correct. But the thing they don't tell you is when you do make your own hours, they expect you to be there. And you know how they do that? They incentivize it by showing you your analytics. So and the thing is, I was one of those YouTubers that said, I'm never going to look at my analytics. Yeah, I'm full of shit. Yeah. No, I totally look at my analytics, and yeah, that got me going like, oh my God. So if I don't like, it's kind of what got me doing my Thursday streams, because I started realizing like, oh shit, my Thursday streams are actually ones that take off. I guess people like Thursdays for Pep Talks. Not so much this space, which I hope that changes. But yeah. This is inside baseball, guys. This is exactly what ended up happening. I started seeing, like there were a few Mondays I had to take off, and actually, shitty enough, the one that my wife got her surgery on where I had to take that day off, yeah, that was one of the ones where I really noticed it coming back here, and I'm not sure if it was like because they did an update or whatever, but yeah, so that's something that I also think I might have screwed up on by doing such long streams, is because, yeah, now it almost will keep me at a certain like place in the algorithm until a certain point, and then like I'm not sure if you noticed, like it'll start strong, kind of like, you know, peter off a little bit, which there is organic you know, watcher habits and stuff like that in there. But yeah, damn, you're not allowed to have a personal life. No, you're not. If you're a content creator, what they want you to do is to always think about making content. You have to be a machine. And that's why there are some people out there that are so damn good at this that I know for a fact have no interpersonal connections with anybody because of the way that they commit to their channels, which, you know, the Hassan model, that's actually, that's the main one that I will bring that to. I think that Hassan has actually developed a mental disorder based on algorithmic cues and his the way that he views his Twitch revenue and his sub counts. Like I feel like he did the thing where he will not allow himself to have that day off. Like he literally prides himself on it, which is disgusting. I do think it's disgusting. You shouldn't, like, because shitheads like me, we saw that and we're like, that's what I'm supposed to do. That's how I make it. When in reality, now I'm kind of thinking about it. I'm like, no, the healthy model is literally go until you're kind of done. Don't push yourself past what you would. But Hassan also doesn't have a real job, like a real job. He does. Like, this is a real job. But I'm just saying he doesn't have a side job, or he doesn't have to work another job. Like, he's very okay. You know what I mean? That's why I keep saying, I'm like, nah, it makes sense for him to, like, take a vacation, to take some personal time off, to, like, I don't know, cut his stream down to 3 days a week. Eventually, he's going to have to. I mean, dude, here's the thing. I already built my personal life. All my friends I met in my, like, high school, early 20s, you know, got my wife. And, yeah, like, that's how I built my interpersonal community. I don't think he has that as much as, like, outside of his family, like, living with him and, like, you know, the friends that he does hang out with on stream. But realistically, I don't know, man. Like, how do you maintain that? Like, I keep thinking that about, like, him actually building a relationship, which is sick. Like, this is where I realized I was doing, like, the Hollywood bullshit, where I was just like, well, then how does he actually, like, maintain a relationship? And, like, does he just go with these OF girls? What's going on? Like, and then I kind of did the thing where I'm like, oh yeah, I don't care. I just don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who he's fucking. The Ashley Sinclair one was the only one where I was just like, this is twice you've put your dick where Elon laid his. We need to call you out with your Eskimo buddy there. It's not healthy to make that much of your life a streaming show. No, it's not. It's really not. And I've been struggling with this, man. Like, because I love doing this, and I love hanging with you guys, and I love showing you guys the, the inside of my mind. Oh, God, lame. Ew. Yeah, ew. I know, ew. Ew, ew. The fact that she was calling him stepdad and all that shit is just like, I don't know. Do you know how embarrassed he was? Because that was essentially, like, that was the pick-me girl. Just, he realized he may have given her a bit too much attention. Which, again, good for him. Pretty girl and all, but doesn't seem like she's got much going on in between them ears that, brings her to her conclusions. So, what? Hermit, we're talking about Hassan fucking, what's her face? Ashley Sinclair. Yeah, LeMayo, I'm stuck, stepbro. He's just like, what? Dude, no. That's the most embarrassing thing I think that he like, that's his most embarrassing claim that, again, man, that's, kind of quote him, that's crazy. It's crazy. Like, it's something that you can legit, like, you can deduce where you're just like, wait a minute. And I mean, this is where, like, and that's not if you include the speculation that he might have with the not the stepdaughter, but his trans daughter, like, wait, Hassan is involved with Elon's ex? You didn't know that? Yeah, he had her on, and like, listen, leave it to me to make it about, fucking drama bullshit, I guess. Which, yeah, that's the whole joke. I try not to. But yeah, so Ashley Sinclair was on his show, and like, she was just throwing him like the gaga eyes, and that a lot of people were like, that's not enough proof. But then she did the stepdad joke on Father's Day, and even some of his most ardent supporters, I saw one of them, Emmy something, she's one of like his main posters on Twitch or on Twitter, and she even was like, ew. And now and she was saying, like, I now believe the speculation that they did sleep together, and if it's true, then that would probably, like, that leads me to believe that he did also sleep with Grimes, which, I don't know, man. That's just, one out of the two? Okay. 2 out of 2? I didn't, but then again, his audience skewers younger than me. Oh, well, okay. That kind of makes sense. Again, this is all alleged. This is all just like speculation over Twitter and, just the cues that I noticed, but yeah. If he comes out and says, like, no, and like he also says the same about Grimes, then I'd be like, okay, I actually buy that. I buy that she was just like a girl with a crush, like trying to fucking make it so like she, because like think of it this way too. She's got this. Literally, she was fucking Elon. Like, part of that is the idea of power and like this idea of who the person is. So, she's, for lack of a better term, a clout cock chaser. That's what she is. She wants the cock from guys that have the clout. So Hassan, being the clout guy on the left, that's who she's trying to get the clout with, right? Like I said, speculation. Ooh, neat. By the way, cheers. Secondhand fame. Think about it. Her claim to fame is literally fucking the world's richest dude, having his kid, and then having her having him abandon her. Yeah. No, allegedly, no, she actually came out and said that she did. She was not artificially, no, that has been debunked, Latino Mifune. And she debunked it on, I think it was the Wine Mom podcast. Fuck. Oh, fuck, what is it called? I've had it. There we go. Just because leopards ate her face doesn't mean that she's not down to party. Yep. You filed unemployment and your old boss is trying to fight it. Ooh, I don't know. Okay, so this is where it gets dicey, because this is where the power structure comes in, because if they are counting on you not being able to hire an attorney for that, I don't know, workers' rights are something you don't mess with, so, oh boy, because yeah, you were fired. No, it doesn't even matter if they, like, technically had, like, cause. Like, no, they let you go. You didn't quit. That's, like, that's how this goes. And they got, like, all right, bet. If they somehow win that, then it's just like, okay, guys, that's the shit that should probably band us all together, is if they can, I don't know, if they can abuse workers. Like, I don't know, guys. It's almost like they kind of tricked us into being like, we don't really need unions. We don't need worker collabs. We don't need we don't need them, class solidarity. We don't want them having that now. That's why we got to pay, like, just enough of them, the same amount, and then keep them guessing who makes even more than them. And then we need to give them a management class that also doesn't make enough to actually justify their, tyrannical nature, but we'll also make it to where, they can think that they make that much more than their average person, and then also get to tell them, like, be like, hey, you get to tell these people what they do and make their schedule. She called a week after her vacation saying I was bad with patience and made mistakes or whatever, like, okie dokie, girly pop. The fact is, she's the one firing you. And also, like, that just means she ain't gonna fucking give you a good reference. But realistically, you could also go and make sure, fuck. The fact that she's putting her kid in the position tells you exactly what type of person she is. That tells me that she can't find somebody from outside her family to fill that position, which tells me that she's not exactly a good boss. I don't know. Am I off on this one or not? All right, let's have some fun with some news. Fuck it. Kind of at this point. All right, we got a few things I want to go. All right. If you guys live in NOLA, by the way, what the fuck is going on? This is crazy. Judge orders courthouse visitors summoned for jury duty after jury pool exhausted. If you don't know what that means that they had a bunch of people come in for jury duty. Not a single person they couldn't fill the jury. So they had to go to the court for, like, just your average bullshit and be like, hey, show of hands. So yeah, let's get the full story.
First starts now.
Good evening once again. I'm John Snell.
And I'm Lauren McCoy. At least 24 people visited the courthouse in Covington today for routine business and suddenly found themselves picked for immediate jury duty.
Jennifer Crockett reports it's thanks to a law
Could you imagine not even getting it in the mail?
Of experience by surprise.
So the judge says, everybody stand up, go upstairs to the jury room, and said, y'all all going to be jurors.
Criminal defense attorney Roy Burns has practiced on the North Shore for 50 years, but Wednesday was different. Instead of running through their docket, Burns said the judge began questioning people in his courtroom, asking where they lived, if they were convicted felons, and who was not under court order to appear.
And then he says, I'm doing this for jury duty. Well, so all the lawyers in there, including myself, I've never seen this before.
But just minutes later, he would see it again. This time, deputies ordering people getting passports to go up to the jury room.
And they said, okay, all here who are citizens, step upstairs.
Those deputies were not looking for volunteers. According
Honestly,
to
this is kind of funny.
officials, anyone asked inside or around the Covington courthouse Wednesday had to report to jury duty.
Those people who were dragged in to be jurors were extremely upset about it.
Similar reactions Wednesday from people outside of the courthouse.
That sounds ludicrous, and I'm glad I didn't go by anywhere near the courthouse today.
According to the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office, the order to summon visitors, quote, in and around the courthouse came from Judge Ellen Creel. They said traffic and Marine deputies covered courthouse security, while court-assigned deputies rounded up 26 potential jurors. They did not know how many more people were tapped by other officers of the court, including other judges. Judge Creel's office would not provide any information, saying the order involved an active case.
He's going to lose a case going to trial. It is unusual, but at the same time, you know, this judge wants to get justice done.
Attorney Tony Lemon says that decision may come with a consequence and questions about how much power Louisiana judges have.
If I'm in this situation, I'd be a little bit concerned about who is being rounded up and being brought into the courtroom as potential jurors. And I had to read the law and say, my goodness, that's a pretty powerful tool to have in your toolbox as a judge.
According to the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office, this order was only for Wednesday. So if Judge Creel or any other judge needs more jurors on Thursday or Friday, they would have to issue a new order from the bench. Reporting in Covington, I'm Jennifer Crockett, Fox 8, Local First.
You actually just said it. I would hang any jury I was on just to be difficult. The thing is, a lot of those people probably did that, where they just said, I'm not going to participate in this. Like, I like, and that's how you do it, where you don't be difficult as much as you have to say, like, I have a strong opinion about this case. The second that you say you have a strong opinion about this case, they cannot risk it. So bye. That may or may not be how I got out of my jury duty.
For a little more context here, Louisiana's criminal code that allows courts to round up jurors from people nearby specifically excludes Orleans Parish. The law reportedly dates back to at least 1975 in Louisiana. Jurors gathered this way are called tails jurors. Legal websites that we looked at tonight say that states like Texas, California, New York, and Florida have similar laws.
Oh, so you're telling me that, like, these red states that don't really value actual liberty and the rights of their constituencies? Oh, you're telling me that they're the ones that were doing this? No way. No way. Actually, here we go. Perfect. Perfect little video for this.
On Tuesday, the US struck something like 80 targets in Iran and reapplied sanctions on Iranian oil exports, apparently in reaction to Iran attacking 3 oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. In response, Iran launched a series of drone and missile attacks at US military sites across the region, including Salman Port in Bahrain and Ali Al Salem airbase in Kuwait. This represents by far the most serious breach of the ceasefire, and it sparked some anxiety.
Oh, damn, he's actually, like, on camera now?
That the war in Iran might be about
Holy
to
shit.
restart.
Not TLDR News, like, this is a channel I've been watching for a while.
At least because only last week, during an appearance on the Michael Knowles show, Vice President J.D. Vance seemed to imply that the US was only using the ceasefire to build back up its oil reserves.
So I think what the president has told us to do is use this.
Tell them my mental health starts cracking up if I'm in a room of more than 10 people.
There you go. To sort of refill the world's oil economy. Yeah. To refill some stocks. And then to...
You enjoy jury duty. Then again, I enjoy mock trial as well.
Where the hand...
I'm a little mix of both. I usually end up having a fun day when I have to go to court. I mean, depends on what it is. And it depends on if, like, how my case turns out. But yeah, for the most part, I've been like, ooh, shit. Because, like, I've had so many, like, minor traffic infractions where I'm like, I'm going to go fight this. That because of my last name, yeah, I get to see some action beforehand.
It is.
So, in this video, we're going to explain why.
I've been on cam for years. Really? I must only watch, like, the bits of his video where he's not on camera.
Trump and co., the US can't actually afford to restart the war. At least, not yet. Trump has launched so many military interventions, it's kind of hard to keep track. So in the latest issue of our magazine, Too Long, we go instance by instance to work out what Trump's doing across the world and if he's launching a holy war. That's just some of 80 pages in the magazine, because there's more in Too Long than you'd expect. Purchase your copy by clicking the link in the description. So let's get straight into it. In short, the reason that Trump can't afford to restart the war right now is that he is clearly very sensitive to oil prices, and the global oil market is more fragile than it looks. For context, over the past couple of months, the global oil market has proved remarkably resilient. Despite experiencing what Goldman Sachs described as the largest oil supply shock in history, with global supply down at least 11 million barrels a day with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, oil prices basically hovered between $90 and $120 a barrel. This was obviously well above pre-war levels, but most experts originally predicted that, if the strait was closed for a prolonged period of time, as it was, prices could shoot as high as $200 or even $300 a barrel. So why didn't this happen? Well, there were essentially two reasons. First, the world was able to dip into unusually well-stocked inventories. There was something like 8.4 billion barrels in global inventories at the start of the crisis, according to JP Morgan, well above the historical norm, and these were drawn down at an unprecedented rate to boost global supply, and thus keep down prices. Second, China, which is usually the world's biggest oil importer, suddenly cut its imports by about 4 million barrels per day, providing some much-needed relief to the global oil markets. Some of this seems to be because the Chinese economy is apparently very good at adapting to oil price shocks. Public electric vehicle charging jumped by 17% between April and May, for instance, suggesting that Chinese drivers were essentially switching to electric in response to higher gas prices. But
Thank
most
you
of
for
it
the
was
stars,
because
Peach Creek. I appreciate that.
China was drawing down its
Also,
own
how you doing?
massive stockpiles, which it's been building up for the past couple of years. According to an analysis by Bloomberg, for instance, roughly
Hi, all cool people in this chat, even Pep.
half of the reduction in Chinese demand was as a result of China unloading its stockpiles. In short, the point we're trying to make is that the main reason that prices stayed relatively low and the world was able to avoid an acute oil price shock is because everyone was dipping into their stockpiles. However, this obviously can't go on forever, and by June, many stockpiles were running dangerously low. Trump actually admitted this publicly after Iran and the US signed their so-called Memorandum of Understanding. In an attempt to justify his decision to end the war, at the G7 summit, Trump claimed that oil reserves were going to run out in about 4 weeks, and then there would be bedlam. Much to Trump's relief, news of the agreement immediately brought down oil prices, and they were back down to pre-war levels by July, although have ticked up since Tuesday's strikes. However, this does not mean that the oil market is as resilient as it was pre-war, because obviously stockpiles are a lot more depleted than they were going into the war. Take a look at America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or SPR for instance, which is probably the world's single largest reserve and has played a key role in stabilizing oil markets in recent months. According to the latest EIA data, the total volume of oil in the SPR has fallen from about 415 million barrels before the war to 325 million barrels last week. Not only is this the emptiest the reserve has been since 1983, it also means that the US has continued to release oil from the SPR even after the ceasefire. Now, at this point, you might be thinking, 300 million barrels might not sound that bad, but the key thing to understand here is that you can't totally deplete the SPR. The oil is stored in a series of vast underground salt caverns in Louisiana and Texas, and every time you take oil out, you risk dissolving the salt and collapsing the caverns. The SPR is already well past its shelf life. When it was set up after the 1973 Arab oil embargo, it was only designed with a 25-year lifespan for just 5 large drawdowns. We're already on 9. Furthermore, you need to have, at an absolute minimum, something like 160 million barrels in there at all times to maintain operational pressure. The point we're trying to make is that the SPR is already under strain and can't be totally depleted. Most other large oil reserves have similar limitations, which is why JP Morgan reckons that things start to get really difficult when global inventories drop below 6.8 billion barrels. It's also worth noting that, as well as reclosing the Strait of Hormuz, Iran could further reduce global supply by closing the Bab al-Mandab, another maritime strait between Djibouti and Yemen that connects the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden. The Bab al-Mandab has become increasingly important to global oil markets in recent months, in large part because Saudi Arabia has reacted to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz by redirecting oil that would have previously been exported via ports on its eastern coast to ports on its western coast, where it can then be exported via the Red Sea and the Bab al-Mandab. Exports through the Bab al-Mandab.
Yeah, and I will say this much. This wasn't being reported on, I think, to keep the oil prices even higher than they could have been.
Have duly risen from about 3 million barrels a day.
People was getting rich. They were getting a little, you know what? The right people were getting rich.
Before the war, to more like 8 million today, or roughly 8% of global supply.
I mean,
Iran could effectively shut the Bab al-Mandab by either getting the Houthis, who control much of western Yemen and are widely considered an Iranian proxy, to harass passing ships, or just do it themselves, using longer-range missiles and drones. This would take the total shortfall on global oil markets from 11 million barrels a day to more like 20 million barrels, forcing an even faster drawdown of any remaining stockpiles. This all means that, unless he's happy to risk not just higher prices but outright shortages, Trump can't afford to restart the war. This might change in the future if global stockpiles recover, but this will take months, if not years. This is an incredibly nuanced story, though, with plenty of outlets reporting online. And even now, we can see that there were 638 sources reporting on it. But how can we be sure that what we're reading isn't hugely biased? Well, that's a problem we face when making these videos too. And luckily, that's where this week's sponsor...
Ground news. Go figure.
Because of Ground News, who we've been partnered with to expose outlets' political bias. By now, you know how much we appreciate Ground News and how we're such massive subscriber funded, so there's no corporate influence.
Oh, wow, he just ends his videos with Jesus. I'll be honest, that was part of the problem I had with them. So, story time. Alrighty. Without saying who the exact entity was, but I just kind of, insinuated who it was. I had a thing with them where, so they sent me an email, right? And they said, hey, we really appreciate, because I was actually, I had some people buy some subs, and I was moving some stuff, and that was kind of weird. So they got a hold of me, gave me a new tier list, and they gave me a whole bunch of breakdowns on how to do the commercial, how to do live reads, and I'm just none of it made sense to me, because none of it actually had room for real stories. They would tell you to say how you use it. And what, yeah. Instead of letting you do it organically, where there were times where I was very upfront with it, where I'm like, guys, I legit use this to not deal with the BS. So the first one that they sent me was to not curse, which I get that. I got that one. That was easy. That was like a oopsie daisy. Totally, 1000%. But then they got a hold of me and said, hey, we really don't like how you're telling your audience to use our product, because it is kind of disrespectful of, who, our partners and who we're working. It's just oh, that's okay then. So, and that's story time. That's about as far as I'll go there, just to make sure that I don't get in trouble. But yeah, man, that shit was wild. I could not believe how much they were trying to get involved in the way that I was doing my live reads, and they were working. The thing is, I noticed it. I noticed when I tried to do their corporate fucking script. All of you saw right through it. Every single one of you saw right through it. I started suspecting when 9 out of every 10 YouTube influencers are paid by somebody. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, when you guys say paid by, I don't think you get it. Even if they have a couple hundred things, that's not as much as you think. These sponsorships, especially for smaller channels, they don't pay out. This is the bitch about being a smaller creator. Is the fact that they really can take so much advantage of you. I'm one of the biggest idiots. I think I've said this before. I do an 8-hour stream where they can layer all their ad revenue, or all their ads. They get all of it. I only get a little stipend of the ad revenue until I get to a certain point. So it's this incentivize, this is why I've been freaking out a little bit about it, where it is it's insane. It's insane how they fucking structure this. And it's insane how you cannot break out unless you either know somebody or you get involved, where it's this is why I had to do so much more networking than I was planned, that I had planned to do, or that I had never planned to do, sorry. When I started doing this, you can't just, I'm sorry, the myth is literally that you can do this on your own and you can grow organically just by doing this all by your lonesome. But I do appreciate the fact that, I can be honest with you guys about this. I can just tell you, hey, no, it's much easier. And honestly, the other side of this is the people that they don't want to pay through YouTube because they're oh, they take a certain percentage from you. But I know I've talked about this a little bit, but technically in entertainment, you do have, you got to pay for an agent. You got to pay for, you know, a whole bunch of stuff to get out there and like even get to get stage time. Like, dude, there are open mics that make you pay to get stage time. So there is something to this where it's just like, nah, like it helps me grow this channel organically through their algorithm, and they do reward you if you do have paying members, and they reward you if you have, you know, constant donos, all that bullshit. Trust me, you know, that's the capitalism of this. I didn't even realize you went live. I was in the middle of listening to the Tyler Robinson roommate deposition. Oh, is that that's who's on. That's why fucking Valhalla was live still for like 4 hours. I get it. It's not what you know, it's who you know. It's been like that my entire life. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think that most YouTubers have kind of figured that out, specifically in like political spaces. Now, I will say this, we do have, like, if you're just a streamer that talks for a few hours and you cover gaming and shit like that, might be a little easier for you. But double tap that screen, folks, and yes, guys, if you have not already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so. We are getting so close, guys. Like, I would like to make it to that 3K by my 1 year anniversary, and it's arbitrary, I know, but my 2 year anniversary, channelversary, I'll call it. My streamiversary is in November, so. Oh God, come on. Seriously, like, this is the shit that I hate about it too. This right here. Once I start asking people, hey, can you do the basic shit for YouTube? They're just like, fuck you. And then, you know what? I've done that too. I do that with Philip DeFranco every time he fucking is just like, and before I do that, here's my sponsor, blah, blah, blah. Like, I get that, but come the fuck on. Annoying. Is a double tap the phone version of a like? Yeah, so if you're on the vertical stream and yeah, you double tap your screen, it will count as a like. So definitely helps out when you like the streams, you know. That's another thing. Alrighty. What else are we covering? I had unsubscribed from just because of that. Oh, you had unsubbed from him because of that. Yeah, I couldn't do that. Dude, I think that Philip DeFranco has literally been on I have been subscribed to him for over a decade. Holy cow. Yeah. Unsub. I got it, Mitch. It's okay. I'm having some trouble there, buddy. It's okay. Gay? What? Televani? Wait, what's going on? But yeah, guys, just so you know, the smaller creators, it really is like, and I feel dude, I genuinely feel so bad for people that have been doing this for 5 years and they're still grinding away, and they're not seeing like much movement or any of it, and they're doing everything right, like that shit. Yeah, I get it. Philly D is and Jack's Films are probably my earliest subs. It's my first. Who is the first person I subscribed to YouTube? Shit. Might be Walk Off the Earth. Now I think about it. No. I actually think it might have been Newgrounds when they set up their YouTube account. Oh my God, no, it's even worse than that. It was E-Bombs World. It was E-Bombs World, because I remember, like, at some point, they took their YouTube page down, and then they went back to just doing it on their website, which, okay. I think that's pretty much when it just turned into WorldStar, right? Smosh? Really? Wow. All right, let's do some more news. Let's get this done. Let's do the thing. Things are heating up on board the USS Abraham. Let's see.
What I can tell you is that the stakes are raised. They have been in this conflict and engaged in some way for 5.5 months now, or been ready to jump back in to go to war. I can tell you today, given the fact that there were overnight strikes on Iran just these
The fucking sound guy. Oh my god, he must have done this thing where he was just like, ah!
taking on a new meaning. I asked the admiral who oversees the ship as well as the destroyers if there is a heightened threat alert. He said, look, you know, we are always looking for threats, and he didn't necessarily
poor sound engineer for CNN. Oh my god.
say that there was a heightened threat alert, but I do think it is notable that you have the destroyer here coming close to the ship in this moment of high intensity, right? You had the ceasefire, things calmed down. There was the funeral in Iran where there was a pause in the negotiations, and these last few days have really changed the calculus. And so we'll have to wait and see if there will be more strikes. We know that the 2 aircraft carriers are capable of that, as well as these destroyers that we know have been used since the beginning of the war with those Tomahawk missiles targeting land targets in Iran. But also that destroyer right there, among several others, it has intercepted
This is the same old bullshit that they did during the Iraq war.
Missiles.
They're trying to show you the toys. This is why they were obsessed with declassifying all the strikes.
And drones that were directly targeting the
toys.
Abraham Lincoln.
We're using them. Look, here's your tax dollars. By the way, we need $300+ billion more. Oopsie.
This ship I'm on right now is considered a high-value target, and that destroyer right there. That destroyer right there has intercepted multiple threats from Iran, with Iran trying to hit this ship.
God.
Now, also, it's worth noting that part of Iran...
Dude, I am not even kidding about this at all. I want the video of the sound engineer in the studio that had to just go...
Military strategy has been this sort of cost imbalance with...
Get your shit together, sound dude. The thing is, I don't think he can actually listen. I think that it happens so fast that he can't react, and all he can do is grab his can.
These cheap drones and the military using more expensive ballistic missiles and other ways of taking it down.
Did you cover ICE K-ing someone yet? No, not yet. I'm going for it. Trust me, I'm trying to have fun, and then we're gonna kind of go to that because it is serious, it's sad, and it's just I'm trying to balance the moods here.
To evolve and use cheaper weapons, but it's a very active, dynamic environment out here.
The president today said that there have been many attacks against the Abraham Lincoln. I wonder what you can tell us about the attacks you have fended off, what you've seen.
Since we've gotten here, clearly during Epic Fury, the Iranians were looking for opportunities to attack this ship. I think we're very well defended. They don't get close.
Today they targeted military bases. Have you seen the threats against the Abraham Lincoln go down in recent weeks and months, and more toward the land?
Yeah, I think it's cyclical.
Yeah, so for tonight, we got the Kash Patel story. Then I got the Houston situation. Then we got actually, we might do the Fox News eruption, and then the Houston situation, because I'll be honest, man, Fox News seems to just be falling apart.
And you'd have to ask, Iran.
If I had to guess, internally, they're kind of starting to wrestle with this idea of, hey, just how much of how much propaganda are we going to spew? Because, there's a bridge too far where we're starting to attack our own people, once they start going after Tucker Carlson and shit like that.
But I think we're a very hard target because we move, and some of those land-based targets are not as difficult because they're obviously fixed.
Thank you for that wonderful take there, sir. How much money do we pay you to give us that big brain take?
I think I understand that Iran would probably...
We have ship that moves. Harder target to hit. because it moves.
Probably
fucking A.
Want to go after things that they have a higher confidence level that they can attack.
We're here on the flight deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln near the Strait of Hormuz, where flight ops are happening. And you can see behind me here, there's an F-18 that's getting ready to land. It has a hook on its tail, and as soon as it lands, it tries to capture one.
We get it. Yes, we've watched Top Gun, lady. The thing is, you're the only one that thinks you're doing something important right now.
Fires on the ground.
You're not. This is actually probably the least important thing you can be doing right now.
The pilot has to go full throttle
Yikes.
to take off again and come back around. So here we go.
I'm already tired of James Tallarico asking for money. November is a decade away. Well, just remember, for everyone that is tired, there are the people that see this as being very, like, dead serious, and there's those big money those big money donos they got to go for. You know what? As somebody who literally just had a drop in viewership the second that I asked for them to hit the like button or to donate to the stream, I kind of get it. Holy crap. All right, well, that one's a little... All right, the audio was better on that one. It wasn't as distorted.
So there you saw it. The plane just landed here. There are flight operations that are continuous throughout the day in and around the Strait of Hormuz. This is happening as tensions are escalating between the U.S. and Iran, and these fighter pilots here have played a crucial role since the beginning of the war. They were the first to take off to drop bombs on Iran. They've been doing defensive missions, but of course, given how dynamic everything is, that could change quickly.
Let's go live right now to CNN's Pamela Brown aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea.
Well, they are so happy about this.
The service members are on high alert right now. Pamela, walk us through what you're learning.
That's right, Walt. The captain of this ship, Dan Keeler, told everyone on board on the loudspeaker that, quote, things are heating up here. We are near the Iranian coastline, near the Strait of Hormuz, and given the escalating tensions, everyone here has a different posture.
These YouTube ads are going to get so unhinged by then. The junk mail ads we get are even worse. Or even worse so. Yeah, sorry guys. I did have to like turn on monetization of the stream. If you do get the ads, I apologize, but
administration to have a high state of readiness. He emphasized
I'll
that is
explain in the
always the
Discord.
case
How
on
about
this
that?
ship. They are always ready to go. But given what's happened over these last couple of nights, there certainly is a different feeling here on this ship. And we know, Wolf, this ship has been a target of the
Dakota, I think we've gone through this. I don't think you understand how nuking works.
Iranians over the last several months, really since the beginning of the war. And there have been fighter jets and other capabilities like the warships and destroyers that have protected this ship. And I want to show you one of those aircraft that has been part of that protection. Right now you're looking at an E-2 here on the flight deck. You hear the engine roaring. This E-2, I'm told, has been an essential asset because it detects threats from far away. That dome on top of it is what's called a radar, and it can detect those threats, whether they're small drones, missiles, anything.
Pretty sure that keeping us dumb was the point.
Else. And so often these E-2s will go up in the air and go alongside the other aircraft to protect them. So today, Wolf, on this landing pad here where we are,
You know what that one reminds me of? Tailspin.
we've seen a very fast, quick tempo of flights taking off and flights landing. Now, I'm told so far they have been pretty routine in terms of going to do surveillance over the Strait of Hormuz and defensive
She should apologize for wasting the public's time with this bullshit.
operations.
The thing is, I want you guys to understand that this is like just the first of a lot of this type of coverage.
But what I can tell you is, given what happened the last
Because this is definitely the memorandum from the Ellisons, where they thought, oh, well, CNN, at least we can get them out there, and because technically they do, even with like the acquisition, they do still have more access than, a CBS News would.
last couple of nights where
So yeah, show all the toys, make it look like America's strong, because again, the toys.
according to sitcom,
And your average American dum-dum is going to fucking eat this shit up.
Around 170 targets were hit. There is an open question.
And just remember that like 99% of the people that watch this bullshit are at airports right now.
Here on the ship, whether there will be more
Airports
strikes,
or in a hotel.
that has not been ruled out. And so the pilots here, the crew members, they are ready to go. Earlier today, we saw one of the warships and destroyers that protects the Abraham Lincoln come nearby. There's more than around a dozen that are here in the sea to protect this aircraft carrier, this high-value target. So people on board I've been speaking with say they actually feel pretty safe given the capabilities, the defensive capabilities. There's around 7 layers of that. But at the same time, there is an acute awareness of things escalating here, Wolf.
I know you had a chance, Pamela, to speak with the commanding officer of the USS Abraham Lincoln, where you are. How are military members on board? There are about 50.
He's like, oh God, I actually have to try and listen to
5,400 sailors and Marines.
Pap, did you ever watch Ted Lasso? I watched the first 2 seasons, and I haven't seen anything past it because I gave up my Apple.
Who are on board.
I don't EHAR, you know what I mean?
The aircraft carrier. How are they reacting to news of this escalation? And are there steps that they're taking to prepare potentially, God forbid?
That's actually, ironically, the one that I'm looking at possibly like going back to because I've heard Monarch Season 2 is so good.
Iranian strike.
Well, they're always
not the
on high alert, is what I'm told. And I'm told.
I'm sorry, Wolf. I can't hear you all for all this buzzing.
By talking
Turns out that Nicolas Cage just came on board, and I don't know why, but he always is swarmed with bees. I just gotta say, I'm here to reassure everybody that the Declaration of Independence is in very safe keeping. Hold on. I also have to tell these guys, not the bees!
The commanding officer here,
As a stretch to just say the lie.
the admiral in charge, and others, that they always assume the Iranians were trying to target them, right? The Iranians have tried to use ballistic missiles, they've tried to use drones, all kinds of different ways.
Oh, yeah. It's because Anderson Cooper's gone. Like, Anderson Cooper is telling them to get fucked. He's not going to do on-the-ground coverage anymore.
Target this ship right here. And so in terms of being on high alert,
Yeah, there's a reason that you're seeing the B squad, and like, there's also a reason that you're seeing, like, again, like, she is usually like, you know, you don't get that much fucking lip filler if you're interested in, you know, covering on the ground journalism.
I'm told that
Sorry, that was rude, but also warranted.
it's just like any other day. Now, in terms of whether this ship will be involved in any strikes, the pilots I've been speaking to who have been involved in combat since the beginning say there has been so much touch and go. And actually, Wolf, I want to swing around here. Hopefully we can show this helicopter taking off right here, just so you can see some of the activity happening as night falls here on the USS Abraham Lincoln. As I said, the aircraft have been taking off and landing at a very fast tempo. And basically the pilots I spoke to, Wolf, who are the ones who told me they've been dodging missiles up in the air and drones and so forth, they say there has been so many changes and pivots, so many times where it looked like they were going to launch strikes and then they pulled back. So they said, look, they're kind of unfazed in this moment, especially after going through active combat for...
I mean, guys, you want to know something? So... This is completely anecdotal on my end. So I noticed a trend during the 2002, 2003 news season. And the only reason I was paying attention is because this is when I was still toying with the idea of going into the military. But I started like realizing that they were doing a lot more of this, where it's like, hey Wolf, we're outside, Baghdad right now. We're sitting at an Air Force base. We're just waiting to also go into Afghanistan and Islamabad. And it was a lot of that coverage. Then all of a sudden, you started seeing them pivot to, oh, well, here's some of our shinier stuff, and the reason that we're here is just to, kind of we're trying to police the borders here, and we're trying to, figure out the situation. I remember the big thing was that we were still hunting for Osama bin Laden. I mean, according to them. You remember that? You remember when they were like, he moved to a different cave, and a different cave, and a different cave. So many caves. And then all of a sudden, ground invasion. And the ground invasion that ended up happening, I have it. It's pretty well, documented that it wasn't really reported on for a solid month. Like there was almost a full month that nobody was reporting on it because nobody really knew what was going on. Like they called them special operations, which they somehow were equating it to this is not boots on the ground. Then they needed to, I remember there was the specific one that happened in Afghanistan where they were just like, we need to send our troops in, and we need to send a new wave of troops in because our soldiers are getting shellacked over there, so we need to help them. And it just turned into a full-blown ground invasion. So I think that we're going to Karg Island, guys.
So many months, but they're ready to go.
You lost a friend in Desert Storm. I'm sorry to hear that.
If need be. Wolf?
And unfortunately, lost a friend in 2003 in the first wave of the Iraq invasion.
A little bit more, Pamela, about that destroyer, part of that aircraft carrier battle group that's there, which has various air defense capabilities that potentially could help protect the everybody aboard the U.S. Aircraft carrier where you are.
Talking to the sailors here, they say they...
Plus, the majority of the targets that we're hitting are the targets that would prevent us from doing a land invasion, so it looks like we are preparing to do a land invasion. Yep.
Feel safe because of destroyers like what we saw earlier today.
Hence why the oil market's going down right now.
The Peterson warship.
How are the oil futures going down when we're about to reach the capacity, the end capacity of our reserves? How does that make any sense? Unless he's telling everybody, we're going to Karg Island. We're going to Karg Island, guys. Just trust me on this. Just trust me. Because he was even trying to float there was the possibility of another peace deal through all of this. Dude, the fact is, most people are so fucking just jaded and stupid with this shit that realistically, even in our case, we're just like, oh, okay. Look at how we had to parse this.
Basically, it's one of more than a dozen that are around here. And it is the point of the tip of the spear. Its main job is to be a shield.
Entire video of her just getting surrounded by bees. Oh my God, the bees. All right. I don't know who she is, but yeah, I don't know.
The questions surrounding Kash Patel's use of the FBI director title to apparently get special treatment during his lavish travels have reached a point where even Republicans who typically defend him are starting to demand answers. Patel has been under scrutiny by Democrats on the House and Senate
Yeah, I really wanted to get to this one. Dude, he's shitting a brick right now.
Judiciary committees who have received whistleblower accounts that Patel has been demanding special perks from Bureau employees across the country, like helicopter tours and jet ski excursions. Typical FBI director activities. And now our colleague Ken Delanian reports that those Democrats have gained a key GOP ally. MS Now has, quote, viewed a letter to Patel from Republican Senate Judiciary Chair Chuck Grassley.
Oh, isn't Grassley leaving? Oh, wait, no, he's the guy that, he's just like, I'm going to be here until I die.
His flights on FBI aircraft and about the
FBI's
purchase of BMW vehicles. Grassley's letter
asks Patel, quote,
for each trip where you used an FBI aircraft for personal travel, have you reimbursed the FBI?
This one should have been it. This was a little different than fucking what's-his-fuck that, you guys are Mnuchin or Steve? Yeah, Steve Mnuchin and his wife or his girl, friend at the time, they were using government resources. Yeah, we could definitely be pissed about it, but this motherfucker was using law enforcement.
FBI as required by law.
And he's the single reason that this Charlie Kirk case isn't as open and shut as everybody thought it would be.
Yes, please provide the records. Grassley acknowledged that FBI policy requires...
By the way, does anybody have a summary on what happened today in court? I just could not get through it.
Fly in the FBI jet, even when traveling for personal reasons. But he said Congress deserves an accounting of the director's use of FBI aircraft.
Does that lady that he's been spending that much money on know that he thinks she's his girlfriend?
To conduct an independent and
I know you're
objective
joking,
review. The senator also, quote, asked the director.
My favorite story that came out was that she was hiding in the closet with another guy.
In the letter to
When
please
the shit went
explain
down.
why you decided to purchase BMW
Holding his
vehicles
hand.
instead of
Such
Chevy
details.
Suburbans. MS Now reported back in December that Patel broke with long-standing precedent by directing the FBI to purchase BMW cars for his use. Patel's spokesperson at the time said the move saved the government money, but the receipts have yet to be provided. Grassley joined the likes of Congressman Jamie Raskin and Senator Dick Durbin, the top Democrats on the Judiciary Committees, who wrote their own letter to Patel this week, stating that they, quote, appreciate Chairman Grassley raising these concerns. As for Patel's luxury vacations, they write, quote, your jet setting and the lack of justification for these trips are out of control. This is not the conduct of a committed and faithful public servant, especially when entrusted with ensuring the safety of almost 350 million Americans. The FBI has not responded to MS Now's request for comment. Kash Patel facing bipartisan scrutiny for his jet setting around the globe is where we start today with the reporter who broke that story, Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delanian. Also with us, former Assistant Special Agent in Charge at the FBI and National Security and Intelligence Analyst Michael Feinberg. And joining me at the table, law professor at Hofstra University, the author of the Substack, Who Decides, James Sample is here. Ken, rare to see Republicans questioning the conduct of anyone in this administration. Take us through your reporting.
Yeah, that's right, Alicia. And one update, the FBI did respond after the story was published. I got a detailed email from FBI spokesman Ben Williamson taking issue with the allegations in the letter from the Democrats and answering in a very detailed way the questions that Chuck Grassley was raising, which I found interesting because he provided answers that he didn't provide to us when we first asked about, for example, the BMW SUVs back in December. So about those SUVs, he now says, which he didn't say back then, that they had originally been purchased by the State Department and they were sitting idle in a warehouse, and the FBI, Kash Patel, decided to purchase them, and that the taxpayers actually saved money, $270,000 per vehicle, he claims, as compared to the armored Chevy Suburbans that they usually use to drive the FBI director around. Now, I don't have any documents that validate that claim, but that's what he's saying. And what's interesting is that Chuck Grassley, who's the Republican chairman of the Judiciary Committee, is demanding and asking for those documents. And he, unlike the Democrats, he has the leverage to get them. And it seems to be having an effect on how the FBI is responding. So Grassley's concerned about those BMWs. He also is asking a series of questions about Kash Patel's use of the FBI jet, which is essentially an executive jet. It's a private jet, the kind of jets that CEOs fly around the country on. It's a luxurious travel experience. And Kash Patel, the FBI, pointed out that he's required by policy to fly on that jet for security reasons anywhere he goes, even on personal trips. And that's true. But what the Democrats are saying is that he's obviously taking advantage of this rule to essentially attach vacations to these official trips. And we all saw in Milan when he was in the locker room after the men's hockey team won the Olympics, that was allegedly an official trip, but he had a lot of personal time there. And he claims, Kash Patel does, that he's reimbursing the government by policy for the cost of a coach fare for all of these trips, which is what the rules require. But Democrats say it's a matter of he's exploiting this, and they question whether he's actually creating official trips to sort of as an excuse to go on vacation. They're actually saying that he may have opened an office in Wellington, New Zealand, just as an excuse to go to Australia and New Zealand. Now, again, he's denying that. And they're saying that whistleblowers are telling them that when he goes on some of these trips, he's demanding.
Again, the thing is, this is just so blatant. Like, it's just blatantly obvious corruption. But like I said about the fucking Republicans just being so good at feigning, outrage. Meanwhile, nobody can actually muster up the right amount of outrage at this shit to just be like, hey, fuck this guy.
That FBI personnel set up special
they just don't care, man.
Excursions for him, including jet skiing and a helicopter tour. Again, he is denying that
Yeah,
today
great.
in an email to us, but that's what the Democrats are hearing from whistleblowers. And I hear a lot of concerns, I have to say, inside the FBI about just what this looks like, about that they can't imagine a Robert Mueller or a Chris Wray doing this kind of thing. Even though they flew on the jet, they sometimes flew to their vacation homes. They didn't do the kinds of things that Kash Patel is doing.
Michael Feinberg, have you heard those same concerns, and what does it mean for the FBI, even just the appearance of impropriety?
it means that the organization is going to be taken less seriously by the American public. And that's just not a reputational harm. The FBI is only as successful as its ability to talk to people on the street, whether victims of crime, witnesses to horrific events, or even putative subjects themselves, and establish rapport and trust, and know that the conversations and interactions are going to be taken with the utmost seriousness. But if every other day there's a story about the FBI director, trying to...
They're not even bringing up the fact that, like, he's also been comically bad at his job for making it a fucking... Like, it's all about publicity with him. Instead of doing the job and committing to these investigations, he wants the quick tweets. Like, can we just look at the second shooting that happened in Texas where he's just like, look, the marker, it was Sharpied on the casing. It's just like, wow. Like, he genuinely thought that people were buying that shit from the fucking Charlie Kirk one, which even the people that would usually believe that shit were the first ones to go like, that's a bridge too fucking far.
Leverage jet skis out of...
The one thing that I'm enjoying about this Charlie Kirk case is how now you have people on the Republican side going, I don't think this guy did it.
A business trip. That's going to bounce back poorly on the workforce who's out there actually dealing with the community. And, I just have to add, there's a real irony here in Chuck Grassley getting upset about this. Because
they don't give a fuck, but people still vote for them. Is that why they win? Yeah.
There was a lot of...
The thing is, by not giving a fuck, it doesn't make it to those circles. So it doesn't automatically have the Streisand effect that most, and I hate to do this, but most left-wing scandals will get picked up by right-wing outlets and then amplified even further. So it's all you'll hear about.
As you all know, that he might not make it through confirmation because in most Washington
the fact that
circles,
we are just blanketly still with this Platner thing, even after what we found out about the therapist, where it's just like, oh my God.
Not viewed as a very serious person.
Like, it's more and more obvious that the fucking elite class, like, dude, seriously, if it is a corporate Dem that gets that seat.
Prior to his confirmation hearings, Chuck Grassley effusively endorsed him and said that he was just the person to help reform.
But we had to race to be the fucking
and restore its reputation with the American
just to make sure that we were on the right side of it. And the thing is, a lot of times that has bitten us in the ass in the past too, and we refuse to look at it that way.
This effort now,
it's not okay. We have to learn from our fucking mistakes, not fucking double down.
Is some form of a mea culpa, but we wouldn't be here today were it not for this.
Fuck. Well, I remember when someone like the leftists were getting on the Hunter Biden shit and actually calling Biden a criminal.
Ken, Senator Grassley said back in April of Patel, I've never had an FBI director cooperate with me as much as Kash Patel has cooperated with me on my request for information, my request for documents. You made the point to me earlier, Ken, and I think it's a good one. This was not a letter that Chuck Grassley intended to make public. He was trying to thread the needle of maintaining his relationship with Patel, perhaps in the interest of actually extracting the information that has apparently now been shared with you.
But it's also they understand the dynamics of power and how they keep it. Look at how they don't want to fight. Okay, you do understand that they would, like, the Democrats in the case of Mitch McConnell, they're still playing decorum games. Like, you do understand that they're counting on Andy Bashir to do the fucking hard work.
They're sharing this
all because they don't want to have it happen to their side, because they know that they got some old fucks on their side too that are getting dangerously close to that age.
With you, do you think it?
No, dude, this is one of those things where, again, this was to maintain the fucking status quo, and somehow, some way, again, we bought into it.
Is one step closer to their sharing the same information, perhaps with the receipts we also desperately want to see with Senator Grassley?
Well, to be clear, Alicia, Chuck Grassley's office did not share this letter with me. I'm not sure they intended this letter to be made public. In fact, they took steps to keep it secret, which is interesting because normally these kinds of requests are made public. And
God, if Talking Heads could have, literally, this is central casting for Talking Heads.
This is a really interesting figure, because he does, for years, he's been around forever, right? And for years, he had a habit of and a reputation of conducting bipartisan, vigorous oversight and being a steward of the taxpayer dollar. But in recent years, he's become so partisan and such a defender of Donald Trump and Kash Patel and everything the Justice Department and the FBI has done that it was surprising to see that he's actually asking critical questions here. But he points out in the letter that he has a bipartisan history of doing this, and he feels like it's part of the role of Congress to oversee this kind of spending. And so he's doing it. Whether he'll actually follow through and demand these documents and then make them public after, or have a hearing or that kind of oversight, remains to be seen, I think. But this is the first step.
If there were actually, James Sample, proper oversight, which, as you've made the point to me, only possible if there is bipartisan interest in that oversight, especially at a time when you have Republicans in control.
I just say it. Who is she? I've never seen her in my life, and honestly,
of the Senate. Is there then legal liability for Kash Patel
I don't know,
if
man.
he is found to have misused government assets?
That's kind of crazy. Like,
potentially minimal legal liability.
I haven't had this happen in a long time where I've seen like somebody on one of these news programs where I just do not recognize them, especially as like a one of the presenters.
Cost of coach airfare, which is what you're required to reimburse when you use the jet for personal purposes. But politically, the optics here matter more than the law. The politics matter more than the law. And there's a template,
Menendez
in Trump 1.0.
in for Nicole. Oh, it's because she's in for Nicole Wallace.
Tom Price and Ryan Zinke lost
Well,
jobs for essentially
Nicole
turning
might lose her
public
job.
service into private profiteering and sort of junket category. And so I think here the tell is not the use of the jet. The tell is not the BMWs, although that is remarkable reporting. I'm convinced there are about 6 Kendallanians, not one.
Yeah.
The tell here is that the letterhead comes from Chuck Grassley, and that makes it meaningful.
Michael Feinberg, in the letter.
Yeah, I like how you guys wait for that too. Like, gotta love it.
Congressman Raskin and Senator Durbin write of Patel. They write, quote, demoted personnel in Brussels because they failed to ensure you were adequately entertained, stoking fear among rank and file agents that they must provide your demanded perks or face termination. Concerns and strains prompted by the prioritization of your personal entertainment on international trips may have led to the resignation of the head of the FBI's international operations this year. There is, of course, Michael Feinberg, just on its face what this all means. There's also the extent to which request.
They're saying that the Odyssey's bad? Damn it.
The use of resources begins to muddle the focus.
How could Nolan fuck up the Odyssey?
Resources inside the FBI should actually be
Who's saying it's bad? God damn it. Sorry,
push
guys. This is something I haven't talked about, and I was going to wait to talk about it because I wanted to see this movie.
Back
But
on the notion that there is any focus at FBI headquarters right now,
depends on who's saying it's
aside from
bad.
carrying water for whatever Donald Trump and Stephen Miller's policy priorities of the day are. When I was in the FBI for over a decade and a half, there was actually a really rigorous process for most of that time.
Absolute
where
triumph.
we prioritized what threats.
First reactions to Christopher Nolan's Odyssey are ecstatic. One of the best movies ever put. Okay, then fuck it. Yeah, I'm going to see this.
We needed the most intelligence analysis.
Who has what at stake to say that the movie is fucking gonna bomb and sucks? I can't stand this fucking media landscape that we have. And it's not even the politics that did it. It's the movies. It's the fucking... God damn it. Nobody can like anything anymore. God, fuck you if you like stuff, because you know what? You're an asshole. What you like sucks. That's the reality. And screw you for liking it.
Shortfalls were in terms of facilities and
Pep, I enjoyed it. Hell yeah, Amazing Nation. Thank you for that.
physical stock. How we were going to get
If
things
something's... Well, yeah, if you say something is shit, you click. I guess you're right.
as quotidian is ammunition for both training and duty carrying. I hear nothing from my friends who are still there except how all those processes have fallen apart, and how where previous directors, they obviously felt some sort of affinity for the...
Yeah, because they were actually law enforcement officials. They weren't just some jackass podcaster that got put in there because he's a figurehead, and that's it. Like, you guys fucking still... Playing this game of trying to legitimize the Trump administration is astounding to me. Holy fuck. All right, here we go.
Say this, that not only were they covering for him.
All right, so Jessica Tarloff actually is kind of a badass here.
And you talked about red lines. We talked about, okay, they hit this. They were literally calling him not just, bad guy, got some problems. They were calling him a, quote, man of values until the sexual allegations came out.
I have never called Graham Platner.
I didn't say you did, but they did. The Democratic Party was calling him a man of values.
You about how the average Democrat, who I talk to, and certainly people within the larger party infrastructure, were always uncomfortable with Graham Platner and his behaviors. I will say, though, something that has not changed since we heard from Jenny Rassicot is that the Democrats will not be lectured by the party of.
Wait, you're telling me that people don't like the movie because they're mad that someone is black in it? Oh, well, I have some news for them. Unless I got a stipulation. Unless everybody in that movie looks like that, they are from My Big Fat Greek Wedding, or they were actually in My Big Fat Greek Wedding, or they are all relatives of John Stamos, I don't want to fucking see it, because you know what? It's all bullshit otherwise.
Donald Trump and Ken Paxton. No, you can make the face Max Miller.
I want the Greekiest of Greeks.
And say that we're the bad guys that.
I want them to fucking. I want them to smell like tzatziki sauce.
Are flipping.
I want to smell it through I want to smell it through the cinema.
Standards, or are going to be, told from on high about what good behavior is when it comes to.
This movie's so Greek it tastes like cucumber.
How women are treated, and questions of abuse. That is a non-starter here. We want to win the Senate.
I'm not sure if that's like aggressively Greek. I'm so far from like being Greek or knowing Stavros Halkias. There we go. Why isn't Stavi in it? The fuck? Stavi needs to be he needs to be Odysseus. What is happening? This is insane. This is actual fucking cultural appropriation. I am not here for it.
They're in good position.
Fucking Matt
Ken
Damon.
Paxton
Matt Damon
just spent the 4th of July in London. In Iowa, it's looking like it could work, but all roads have to go through Maine. We need a strong candidate there, and my hope is that we'll get them.
Except it's very emblematic of the Democratic Party to continue to say, regardless of staying.
I love this, guys. They are just unabashedly doing it in the thing. Like, hey, all right.
On topic, regardless of what the issue is.
You guys have a little bit of a problem on your hands. Isn't that interesting?
Regardless.
What about Ken Paxton? This isn't about us.
If anything, no way, it's all Trump. It's Trump. Well, remember.
It's literally what they are doing. They're literally doing the thing like, you guys make every scandal about you guys about Trump. God, you have no arguments.
So this is the problem. When Trump is the topic.
I wasn't actually trying to insinuate like I don't like Greek, food or Greek people or any of that shit. I hope that's not what came across. All right, can we just get to the second part of this clip? God damn it.
Your fault. And we're not going to apologize for that.
I don't care.
We will continue.
You're wearing fucking meta glasses for what? What are you recording?
Continue to hit you over the head.
You literally talk into a camera. And you don't even do live streaming. Like, any dweeb that fucking buys meta glasses. Like, I made this joke before. This guy was at Target with his wife, picking up some extra shit for his Joanna Gaines collection behind him. And he saw that they had the new Meta frames, and he was just like, hey, fuck it. I can afford it. I need new glasses. I can afford it.
Metaphorically
not even questioning why.
Speaking with it.
And then he's literally now giving into the facial recognition game here with the Meta glasses. So good job. Good job. Very lefty of you. I know that you're not a typical leftist there, Josiah, but I thought that you at least, had some solidarity with us about ICE. But no, good job. I'm very happy that you're a walking, talking, fucking, what do they call those cams? The spy cams.
Remember Trump, and how can you say this?
I just also said Trump? Max Miller.
It's an interesting.
It makes me think he's a creep.
Thing when it kind of goes back to, let's just topic at hand. Let's just talk about the topic at hand. I mean, that's the whole thing, and I think that's
the topic at hand. It's the topic at hand.
An important part of this is it's the covering continue.
Yeah, I think Jessica.
No, it's not a covering because we're addressing it. She condemned the behavior. She called on him to drop out. She's saying you do not have any moral authority here because your
Caesar is Roman.
Party is objectively morally inferior because your
flock cams. Yes, thank you.
Party enthusiastically supports politicians and figures who are objectively worse than even Graham Platner. Trump has dozens of credible allegations against him. Platner has one that we've seen in terms of rape. This one from the New York Times and Politico from Jenny Rassicot. and that's atrocious and it's disqualifying, and we've called on him to drop out of the race. Trump has had dozens directed at him. And
yeah, we do get it, but Jesus Christ. I'm getting a little tired of like the repetitive bullshit on that coverage. All right, so here's the coverage that I was kind of putting off because, yeah, this is going to piss off a lot of people. ICE is at it again. They're saying the same shit that he tried to use his car as a weapon. So there are kids without their father, a wife without her husband, and just in general, this man lost his life over nothing. All because Donald Trump wants to be big, strong man and have his own fucking personal police.
A Texas family is demanding answers after a man was fatally shot on his way to work by an ICE agent. Lorenzo Salgado's son says he is a Mexican immigrant who has been living in the United States for 35 years with no criminal history.
CNN obtained video of the scene after he was shot.
He was here illegally, so that justifies it in the brains of a Republican.
That's so up. I saw my dad's van, but no sign of him. I frantically called family, friends, loved ones to see if they can find any information. I saw a video posted on Facebook that he had been shot. I recognized him immediately.
I do believe that this country will eventually come to a place of healing, and during that place of healing, you're going to see a lot of retribution, though. You're going to see a lot of unforgiving lefties at that point going, you know what? No, forgiveness is not applicable here.
From his appearance, but from his voice.
We should treat them exactly how they treated these immigrants. We should treat them literally. That's what it should be.
Crying for help.
Every fucking ICE agent should have to spend a certain amount of time in the exact same conditions that these people have had to deal with. And also, yeah, you know, there are certain things, you know, like the Hague.
As he lay on the street, bleeding out.
Fucking
ICE officials say they were conducting a traffic.
This is where, like, yeah, we're back to that, where it's just like, okay, you brown shirt fucks.
Stop it.
Gestapo.
As part of a targeted operation. They claim that Salgado was trying to evade arrest. With us now, CNN's Ed Lavandera. Ed,
which is not a fucking fatal offense, by the way.
The latest on all of this?
Well, John, it's now been almost 48 hours since this shooting occurred on the streets of Houston early Tuesday morning, and there has still not been a full video of what transpired that captures all of it. And that is what investigators, or at least people working with Latino activist groups, as well as the family, calling for people who might have any of these to come forward to help explain how all of this unfolded. What we do have is video of the aftermath, where you see Lorenzo Salgado Araujo on the ground, surrounded by ICE agents there, bleeding from his midsection. And that is what we've seen so far. The family says they simply just don't believe the version of events that ICE officials have put out so far. They point to what happened earlier this year with the two shootings in Minneapolis, where the description by ICE officials didn't quite match up with what unfolded there. So a lot of uncertainty, a lot of distrust about what
when will ICE pay for their fucking crimes? Again, when things get better.
Has been described
like when Democrats and leftists get into power. But the thing is, this is kind of why dude, this whole thing with Graham Platner is not just going to go away, as far as me questioning all of it. And I want answers. Just because he quit doesn't mean that I don't want more answers about what happened and who was behind the op. Because that's what it was.
Version of events that has been put out by ICE officials.
The more that comes out, the more it just screams op.
John maintained that Lorenzo Salgado Araujo had used his vehicle as a weapon and that the ICE agent there on the ground fired at him in self-defense. That is what ICE agents are saying, but as we mentioned, there's been a great deal of distrust on that version of events. Salgado Araujo's family
This may not end in some of our lifetimes. It is what it is. Yep.
Family says that their father had been here in the United States 35 years, had no criminal history, was in the process of obtaining his legal status to work legally here in the U.S. So they believe that he didn't have any incentive to go to these lengths to evade arrest. In fact, the family also says that it was unmarked vehicles that were pursuing Salgado Araujo and 3 other men inside that white truck, that they believe that they were fearful that they were being targeted for robbery. They were on their way to their construction work that they had done for so long, and it often happens where a lot of construction workers are targeted and they're
remember when they were going after dangerous criminals and like gang members and Trendy Agua, all that shit?
Are still
it's the bullshit
stolen from their trucks. So they believe that was what was in the back of their father's mind, and the other men that were in the other truck.
A lot of whites and a lot of Texans do not care.
Also say that
you got some fucking Latinos that don't give a fuck about this because they probably said, "Well, was he legal?"
Men that were in the truck with Salgado.
You got some fucking bootlickers out there, man. They are out there, and they're in fucking numbers that would scare you. I mean, look at Madam here.
Also been detained by ICE officials as well.
We are hearing 2 very different accounts of what happened from the family and law enforcement. ICE says they were conducting a traffic stop as part of a targeted operation. The agency also says he was living in the United States without legal permission and that this was a clear case of self-defense. ICE has said in a statement he rammed an ICE law enforcement vehicle, refused to follow multiple verbal commands, and weaponized his vehicle in an attempt to run over an ICE law enforcement officer, resulting in our officer firing his weapon in self-defense. Now, the family disputes that. They say he was on his way to work with his crew and that he was afraid when he saw unmarked vehicles approach him.
My father was being followed by 2 unmarked cars. Had my father seen an emblem of ICE or an emblem that says anything about law enforcement agency, my father would have complied, he would have stopped, he would have not ran away because he feared for his life.
ICE tells CNN the shooting is being investigated by the Office of the Inspector General at DHS. Joining me now is attorney and former acting ICE director under President Obama, John Sandweg. John, thank you for being here. It's just heartbreaking to hear his son's description. The victim's family, not at all buying ICE's explanation. How much
you got to read the news at 6 and clock in at Whataburger at 7?
has trust in the DHS
She does look like
eroded because of how it has responded to the killings of Renee Good, Alex Preddy, and others?
Wow.
Tons, Laura, really. I mean, just tons, right? I mean, look, once again, here we are again. And it feels to me a little bit like DHS didn't necessarily learn the lessons of Minnesota. That statement has a lot of echoes of what was said after Alex Preddy's death and after Renee Good's death, right? Where there are conclusions being drawn prior to an investigation being concluded. But look, ultimately, now DHS is paying the price for what happened in Minnesota, where there's a real credibility gap. There is going to be an investigation. I have confidence that OIG can conduct that investigation in an independent manner. But I'll tell you, the public doesn't have that confidence because we saw the videos in Minnesota, we saw the public statements, and they just didn't add up.
The OIG would be the one to investigate. How much confidence do you have in the independence of that office?
Thank you.
Well, Laura, I mean, there's a reason that the first thing the Trump administration did was fire a lot of the OIGs. Now, the DHS OIG wasn't terminated, but OIGs historically are independent. They're an unusual agency, right? That they report to the secretary, but they also report to Congress, and they have this large degree of independence. They are typically who is going to be responsible for any officer-involved shooting like this. They will have primary responsibility. The FBI would typically also play a role. I have confidence that OIG has the capability of doing a fair, thorough, and independent investigation. I think, though, like all Americans, you have some concerns, especially when you read statements like that. What happens regardless of the conclusions that the OIG reaches? right? No matter what those independent officers make a determination about whether or not the shooting was justified, there's always that concern that what happens as a result of that.
There's
and
also,
again, you know, yeah.
John, there's also a lot of questions on the tactics, and the tactics specifically. I mean, the idea of unmarked cars, wearing masks.
Yep.
There's accusations.
Yeah, it's almost like these are tactics that they use in other countries that we used to think we were better than, but now we're just fucking, we're okay with a Gestapo force. Cool.
Excessive force
That's
as well.
awesome. What's the point of our police force again? Why not just give ICE all policing duties? What's up with this? What are we doing? Why are we not just asking these fucking questions in the absolutes that we should be?
Tactics need to be reassessed in light of what's happening.
Oh, wait a minute. That's right, because there's tons of laws on the books that keep our cops from doing just this.
And you heard his son describing that he thought his father was in fear of his life and didn't know.
As I said, man, these motherfuckers are going to be cooked.
Know who was pursuing him. Something similar you've seen with
But this is why we need to shape the fuck up and start winning elections.
other people who've
Laura,
been approached.
Laura, I think that is the most critical thing that needs to happen here. Let me explain something very quickly. First of all, there have been 19 shootings of individuals by ICE since the beginning of the Trump administration. 17 involved vehicle stops, 4 fatalities. Why is that occurring? And I think if there's one takeaway, I give Secretary Mullen some credit. We've seen a lot of shifts in tactics since he took over ICE, or DHS, excuse me. We have not seen some of those roving patrols or some of those kind of violent encounters with protesters in Minnesota. But this is an area he needs to take a hard look at. ICE does not typically, federal agents themselves don't do a lot of traffic stops. The units of ICE that's involved in a lot of these shootings, the immigration enforcement side, ERO, does not do a lot of traffic stops. Over the last 5 years, almost the vast majority of ICE arrests occurred picking up individuals who have been arrested at the border by the Border Patrol, or people who are in state and federal custody coming out of prisons and jails. This is not what ICE officers are doing. Yet we're putting these officers in a position where clearly they feel that they are under a mortal threat that requires them to use lethal force. And a lot of that is because of the lack of training and experience doing vehicular stops. This is something that I hope, no matter how you feel about the Trump administration's immigration policies, we can all agree.
Hey, Joe Rogan's even fucking calling this the fucking Gestapo. Look at that.
Here is how podcaster Joe Rogan described it.
You don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Yep. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to?
That has also become a big part of this so-called enforcement. I mean, Minneapolis is not a huge place, okay?
Even the chuds can see it now? Yeah.
And they are absorbing thousands of federal officers.
Only the dumbest of the dumb still have this attitude of just like, they shouldn't have been here, a wiggle-wee.
Than any other deployment.
Because a lot of people have educated themselves on the fact that it's just a civil infraction.
Done so far. And we are seeing these.
This guy's face, eyebrow, like, holy fuck. Like, holy fuck.
These encounters where you're
just... Wow.
Seeing federal officers.
Those eyebrows are just...
Maybe ICE agents, maybe Border Patrol, walking down the street, stopping people.
Oh, that's not even just Vegeta. This is something else. It does look like an anime character of some kind, though. I'm trying to figure it out. Like,
Sometimes because they look Somali or they look brown or whatever it is. This is according to those people who were stopped.
Casparian.
And asking them, where are your papers? Show me your papers. Where were you born?
Yeah. I've told this here. My mom, she used to have this kind of fucked up joke where if I was running through the house, she would hide behind a corner and then she would kind of put her arm out as I was running, and she would kind of swoop me and then kind of hold me like this, and she'd be like, "Where are your papers?"
That's the stuff that we're seeing. And
because I learned that it's like we're not a country that's how much of a parody it was in the idea of raising a kid in America, that we would never do that. We could never be that type of civilization that would do that.
Americans like Joe Rogan are concerned about it.
And I think part of it is, look, Joe Rogan's identity does not depend on defending Donald Trump and his administration doing things that are indefensible. And I see people all the time bending themselves on TV, bending themselves into all sorts of pretzel shape because they subsist from being a Trump supporter, and that's all they've got.
Scott Jennings.
Joe Rogan, I think, is speaking out of conviction. is speaking out of what he is seeing. And I think it's reflective of what a lot of Americans feel right now. People are showing up at the streets because they are pissed off at what is happening in our country.
God, and look at Airhead Abby over here.
It is heartbreaking to see these images in America. We are the country that's supposed to be an example for the rest of the world. And the things that are happening in our streets are the type of things that happen in these third world countries. And they do bring all sorts of bad memories.
Is it Kazuya of Tekken? Oh my God, he does have Kazuya.
When you see these
oh my gosh, you actually might be right.
Targeting people, and it's not just Minnesota. We remember.
No, the guy from Baki. What's his name?
The woman who
the fucking the dad from Baki
pulled out of the street in Boston by masked men. We have seen pregnant women dragged. In Minnesota, we saw 2 young teenagers who were working at Target, like so many of our children do.
American citizens.
Have a job while going to school, being pulled out. I mean, while screaming, "I'm a U.S. citizen."
That is
I'm
Anna.
a U.S.
That's what I
citizen,"
thought.
because they look Latino and they were Latino. That is un-American and unacceptable. And good for Joe Rogan for standing up and denouncing it. More of
Yujiro, yeah.
If they
Yujiro.
want him to be a good president, should be doing the same.
Let me play what he said about
I can't unsee it now.
the Renee Good video that we've been discussing. Listen.
Baki from like Perfect Strangers? No, Baki, the anime-ish anime. I mean, I think it's an American anime. I don't know. I watched it on Netflix like a few years ago.
It's complicated, obviously, but it's also very ugly. To watch someone shoot a U.S. citizen, especially a woman, in the face, when people say it's justifiable because the car hit him, it seemed like she was kind of turning the car away.
Wait, Yujiro Hanma's coming to Tekken? Oh, no, they're doing that. Damn it.
Now, Joe,
I miss the days where we didn't do that. Soul Calibur 2 really fucked us with just mixing in Spawn and all those other Heihachi. I thought that was a bad idea because it kind of dilutes the games from being their own thing. Mortal Kombat is just a parody of itself at this point.
What was really strange?
I want Mortal Kombat 2 to be literally Mortal Kombat 2, none of that DLC bullshit, but we live in end stage capitalism. That's just not gonna happen.
Striking to me about this Quinnipiac poll, 53% said it was unjustified for the ICE agent to shoot Renee Good, but I was also really surprised by how this has penetrated. 82% of registered voters say they saw that video. So you're talking almost universal impressions of what happened there. Is it, I don't know, are Republicans misreading the situation or risking misreading the situation?
Look, if anyone saw the last segment, right, I had no problem defending the officer, and I think Joe Rogan's factually wrong about his assessment. But I am a big Joe Rogan fan, and I listen all the time. And he is really emblematic of one of the most successful things.
You kind of strike me like a Rogan fan.
Things Trump did in the campaign, it was to engage podcasters and win a lot of people who listen to that type of forum. I have a conversation in my head with Joe Rogan for hours every week.
Yeah, I'll just make sure the comments just removed and Dragonborn. Dragonborn, it's all good. Just don't say that shit at the end of that shit in chat.
Or my gut reaction to something. I actually listen to him. So I do think this is a problem for Trump because I think he is a very good barometer of where people stand. Again, this instant, he might be factually wrong.
Bro looks like a Redditor.
But he is a good barometer.
How is that even an insult? Redditors are anonymous. You know, your average Redditor could look like Anna Kasparian. You just wouldn't know because, people got jobs and this is what they do.
Where a lot of Trump supporters are. And I would have, how they have the Waffle House indicator for a hurricane, like if the Waffle House is closed, there should be a Joe Rogan.
Or my politics are leftist.
All right, with us now, stand-up political commentators Karen Finney and David Urban. And friends,
I am definitely not like your average lefty streamer.
I'd like to do is not relitigate.
I tolerate a certain amount of rigmarole.
The events, I actually want to talk about how they're landing in comments like the ones David just made by Joe Rogan, who seems to be saying, I support the president's immigration effort notionally. I do not like what I'm seeing on the ground, though, he seems to be saying. How pervasive do you think that opinion is?
Yeah, John, listen, I think it is very pervasive, right? Americans overwhelmingly voted, one of the president's strongest suits, Americans overwhelmingly voted for this president. If you look at the numbers and reasons given, to secure the border
Moses
and crack down on kind of the sieve that was the border under the Biden administration. And this administration effectively sealed that border.
You have just been served with the 10 Commandments.
Up and did that. And then the president promised to go after the bad hombres and the drug
Standing over and deal with a broken neck.
and get those people out of America. And you know,
Moses.
There's a lot of support for that in America. What there isn't support for, and the polling bears this out, this isn't David Urban's opinion, this is the polling. It bears out that people do not want to see what you're seeing on your screen right now. They do not want to hear what Joe Rogan is saying. They don't want to see masked men geared up like Delta Force walking down the streets of America, asking people for their papers, throwing them on the ground, zip tying people who are doing sheetrock, you know, gardeners, nannies. They don't want to see that, right? That's not what they voted for. And so it is really hurting this president in the numbers on an area where he was strongest, on immigration, strongest. Now it's becoming a weaker point. You know, Karen knows this. President Obama deported lots of folks, but he did it in a completely different way. The Obama administration grabbed lots of folks who
Looked up who
just came across the border, people who
yes, those eyebrows are not to be fucked with.
who hadn't really integrated themselves in the communities, hadn't become people's neighbors. And, you know, surprisingly or not surprisingly, people don't like it when ICE shows up in their neighborhood and take away people that they have relationships with. The Obama administration was very effective because they snatched people didn't
We were
really
shouting from the rooftops that this is exactly what would happen.
know. And in this
Yeah. The thing is, I don't think shouting from the rooftops has much of an effect anymore.
case, neighborhoods see this happen.
I don't know, man.
So I think the tactics need to be addressed.
But then again, I try to also frame this in the way where it's like, this is just,
I mean, it's just factually true, Karen.
It's not just that.
you know, this is the talking head space. This is not what your average Americans think.
Well, you don't even know what I'm about to say, David. So why don't you let me talk? You know, it's not just that this idea that somehow there's a difference between. It's not just.
Oh my God! I just realized he looks like Michael Chiklis.
People that people know. It is the violence. It is the terrorizing of communities. It is. There's a story in USA Today. A couple was getting back from a cruise. They're in Miami. ICE or Border Protection comes into their cabin, hauls them out. The gentleman of the couple, they're both American citizens. He's a Coast Guard veteran. I mean, it's the violence that people are really reacting to. And David is right. I mean, this is really, people are very aware of this story, and they're very aware of other stories where they're seeing.
If the Trump administration could, they would have made sure that there was no footage of this. They would have scrubbed the internet clean.
This armed militia, essentially, acting as though Americans have no rights. We have the right to ask someone to see their badge, who they
Why did they blur her? We know who she is. She's literally gone in front of Congress.
are. But these ICE officials are
The fuck?
acting as though you don't have that right.
Why are we blurring the fact that it was a disabled woman? Why are we blurring that? Why are we blurring that? That's genuinely fucked up.
Right, and they're smashing car doors, ripping people out of their cars, even when individuals.
These Gestapo motherfuckers. And the thing is, CNN thinks that they're helping here. Well, we have to protect the victim. It's like, dude, we've all seen it.
Are saying, wait, I'm an American citizen. Let me get my ID.
NYPD Blue, the movie, starring Stavros. Dude, Stavi. Oh my God. Stavi would be hilarious in that. Oh my God. Oh, just doing obviously the entire thing, he would just have to, every time he turns around, his ass is showing.
It's about
that'd be funny.
They are conducting this far beyond,
Who's the Jimmy Smits character? Who would be the Jimmy Smits guy? Oh, Jimmy Smits? Did we just get Jimmy Smits to do it?
It's not just taking nanny.
I actually liked NYPD Blue a lot. That was one of the shows. I used to watch that and The Practice with my mom and dad. Well, I used to watch The Practice with my dad. I used to watch the NYPD Blue with my mom.
And taking, day laborers.
And then Law and Order, SVU.
Now,
dun, dun.
And we saw an American citizen get shot in the face. So it's as traumatizing, frankly,
fucking slap bass,
as the George Floyd murder was so many years ago.
I do want to know, I think you guys are agreeing.
Right there. Like, this is the shit.
Here, so
Like,
let's
this
just
is
take
the
it-
shit. Like, he literally instigated an assault against a fucking U.S. citizen.
To acknowledge that, even as, you know, maybe it started off as a treatment. But, you know, let me just put up some of the numbers that David Urban.
And I'm
was
glad,
talking
like, surprisingly, I am glad to see that at least this coverage is not trying to go to bat for ICE.
about here. Do you think the
This is
Minneapolis
still technically anti-ICE coverage, which is good.
shooting was justified?
Anti-ICE just by showing the
35%,
facts.
Not justified. 53%. That's according to a brand new Quinnipiac poll. And then approval of ICE in general. Approve 40%. Disapprove 57%. And once again, I go back to just the idea in the culture now, even among people who may be more supportive of the goals here. You know, Zach Bryan has a brand new album out. You know, the biggest country singer there is practically, fills stadiums. And I just don't know Zach Bryan's politics one way or another, but he comments on things being too woke, plenty. He's got this line in this song. The song's been out for a while, but it was just released in the album. I just want to play it right now.
That's gonna come, bust down the door. Try not to build a house. No one builds any no more. Don't. But got a telephone. Kids are scared and all alone. Okay, Zach Bryan. Ew.
So who is this on, David? Who needs to change this, David, if it is a problem?
You know, John,
Oh, gee, it's almost like the administration. It's almost like shit rolls downhill.
I think this needs to start at the top. I think the president needs to be aware or made more aware that maybe the numbers are going to play it out. They'll continue to have polling that shows that the American people don't like this. Listen, when you lose Joe Rogan, right, you got a problem. And I hope the White House takes this to heart.
Is 2/3 going to be enough to break out? No, because that number keeps dwindling.
Behavior from ICE.
Yeah, it's also going to start happening where people check out of politics. That's what they want. And honestly, I've been seeing the numbers.
Listen, everybody wants to get the
It's
bad
happening.
guys out of our country.
And the more
Everybody
people
wants
that
to
check
fix
out of
the
politics, the more they can get away with.
immigration crisis in America. But what is playing out in the streets, to Karen's point, across America, is not something that seems American, right? And the people who came here illegally, we need to deport them, but there's a way to do that, and it doesn't appear that the current situation is making things better. And listen, we've got midterms coming up. Do you think that anybody who's watching this thinks that Republicans should get more power or less power? And you know, these things all are super important for the administration to take into account. I think it needs to be dialed back. I think they should take this. We can still enforce the laws and have strict immigration control.
So they're just catching up that this might be a problem. What the fuck?
I wouldn't have agreed if they had. I'm throwing myself under the bus there. That abolish ICE would have a plurality of Americans saying, yeah, let's just get rid of it altogether, right? I think that I would have thought.
Oh, I guess I watched this 5 months ago. Dude, that was one of those clips. I thought that this was a new one. Well, I guess I had already watched that. All right. Well, no TYT for us tonight. Time to chank off. Ew. All right. What else we got? Let's just go to the home page. All right, guys. We actually covered every story I wanted to. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little roulette right here. All right. Who's ready? Complete meltdown. Nolan Odyssey review. Backlash exposes a bigger problem. Fuck it. I'm interested.
This Christopher Nolan Odyssey scandal and backlash has exploded online, and what it's really exposing is just so wild. Explosive diarrhea is now sweeping across the country, and no one knows where it's coming from. You've got new evidence coming out in the
Yeah, we got a warning about this that's in our community. So guess who's been washing his hands double time?
death of Nolan Wells, with video hinting at heated arguments and the lawyer for his family saying
Not gonna
someone
lie,
messages
going
on
to a fucking medical facility today was not fun.
his phone. And his Grand Platner is now dropped out, and you've got the left
I
scrambling.
cannot get over how much he looks like a fucking otter.
Donald,
like, how in the fuck does a human look so much like an otter?
Trump might actually be an unlikely Platner ally. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. American culture warriors, they have found yet another Hollywood blockbuster to sink sink their teeth into.
Ah,
Right,
here
this
we
time,
go.
it's Christopher Nolan's highly anticipated adaptation of the ancient Greek epic, The Odyssey.
Oh, good Lord. Have you not tell me you haven't read The Odyssey without telling me that you haven't read The Odyssey.
I don't know of any black people that lived in ancient Greece. I just don't.
Apparently the casting was made by Christopher Nolan's woke libtard wife.
Along with the modern mandates of feminism, transgenderism, and anti-whiteism.
Jesus Christ. At what point do they listen to all this and realize that they are just being literally worked? You fucking idiots. You fucking idiots are constantly falling for the same bullshit.
Every time I take a look,
and none of it has no substance.
little break
None.
from doing my job, I forget what big fucking losers these people are.
Yeah,
but I
they
get
really
it.
are.
They gotta
They are
do
the
their
biggest
time
fucking
in the
losers
culture war
ever.
minds while their president just fucks up the entire country. Right, jangle those keys to keep the people's eyes off the ball. So, but right off the bat, I'll say Christopher Nolan is an unusual target for the conservative culture warriors out there. Because of all the adjectives that one might use to describe him, woke, usually not anywhere near the top of that list. In fact, if anything, he's been criticized for not being woke enough, if we're just going to keep using this stupid word. Are you at Esquire pointing out that Oppenheimer was accused of flattening its female characters? Dunkirk, it was called out for erasing Indian and African soldiers from the screen. And The Dark Knight, it raised some eyebrows for casting Liam Neeson as the North African villain. And yet when the first trailer for The Odyssey dropped, it was dislike bombed and littered with comments saying stuff like, if I saw this on a plane, I'd still walk out, and I'm looking forward.
North African leader. Dude, Ra's al Ghul has always been fucking...
We're missing it. And so as far as, what the...
Technically...
the fuss is all about it, if you hear them...
A white guy. I hate to say that, but this is also comic books. I'm pretty sure that it's okay if we,
the critics have
take a guy with the name Al Ghul and be like, yeah, you know what?
Number of different objections. And so let's start with the kind of nerdier stuff. First, some took issue with the way
Fucking A.
Agamemnon's armor looks black and shiny, almost like it's modeled.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's a fucking throwback to Batman. Look at him. Just fucking look at him. Tell me where he is. Tell me where Odysseus is.
Off the Batsuit from Nolan's Dark Knight films.
The cheap-looking armor in the beginning, which looked...
Hello will not have this.
Like it was created with a 3D printer. Put aside the fact, for now, that they didn't actually have armor that looked like this back in the Bronze Age.
I can't wait, because I just want to be entertained. Hey, Meester. Welcome to the show. Yeah.
That, you had Nolan defending the aesthetic.
MAGA are submissive to their alpha. Yes, they are. Hey, Meester. Hey, Meester. Have you hit that subscription button on my channel here? Because if you are enjoying yourself, that would help me.
Saying in an interview with Time magazine,
Hello from
there are
Germany.
Mycenaean daggers that are black and bronze.
Dennis
Saying the theory is they probably could have black and bronze in those days. You take
Guten
bronze,
Tag?
you add more gold and silver to it, and then use sulfur. With Agamemnon, Ellen, our costume designer, is trying to communicate how elevated he is relative to everyone else. You do that through materials that would be very expensive. And so that was just one small detail, but much more noticeable is the choice to use colloquial, modern American English in the dialogue.
It's definitely nothing like the dialogue in the Odyssey. It doesn't sound like people in ancient Greece.
But with that, you had Nolan defending
Oh, shut the fuck up.
a choice to the Los
Jesus Christ. Do you know that period pieces suck? Because I don't know. Most people tune the fuck out.
Angeles Times, saying he wanted language that has emotional, not intellectual meaning to people. And adding I was maybe being naive, it might bite me on the ass, but I wanted an earthy narrative rather than having everyone use artificially elevated speech. But
Thank you.
Then
Yeah,
also for
that's great. That's actually fantastic. Otherwise, they'd be speaking Greek, you dumb fuck.
critics, there's still the glaring problem that Nolan didn't even use the real Odyssey. Right? Instead, he
I
relied on the
kinda-
2017 translation by Emily Wilson, which was the first major translation from a female scholar. And so even before this film was being made, you had conservatives taking issue with her rendering of the epic, claiming that
Jesus Christ. Do they ever get tired of being the fucking meme? I mean, I know they say that about us, but realistically, guys,
she made it woke,
Jesus
liberal, and
Christ.
feminist. And so for
The thing is, the amount of people that listen to this shit and actually buy into it is scary.
example, the opening lines of the original poem
And the thing is, it's not as many just white dudes that you know. There are a lot of white women. There are a lot of just fucking shitty people all over the fucking spectrum that hear this shit, believe it, and just go with it.
describe Odysseus using an untranslatable ancient Greek adjective meaning
Fucking
something
over
like
it,
many
man.
turned. Previous translators have opted for terms like various minded, skilled in all ways, and the man of twists and turns. But Wilson, she went for a simpler word. Complicated. And so what you saw conservatives do is take that to be demeaning to the male hero, almost like calling him problematic.
The only reason her translation exists is to neutralize the significance of the Odyssey. She wants
trashing
to
all over
destroy the
Elliot
significance
Page.
of
Yeah,
an
they're gonna
epic
do
that's
that regardless.
unapologetically masculine, because in 2026, men, particularly white men from Europe and their descendants, simply cannot be heroic figures.
But in her defense here, you have Wilson arguing that her translation is faithful to the original Greek and that Odysseus is clearly still a heroic figure in her version. But then also, like, really, the main thing that's getting people all riled up, it's not the costumes or the writing, it's a lot of the casting. Because this film, it has some big, incredibly expensive cast. Matt Damon, Anne Hathaway, Tom Holland, Zendaya, Charlize Theron, Robert Pattinson, but a few actors, they've caught scrutiny, such as the rapper Travis Scott, who plays a bard, with Nolan explaining, I cast him because I wanted to nod towards the idea that this story has been handed down as oral poetry, which is analogous to rap. And then there's Lupita Nyong'o playing the Helen of Troy, the mythological figure reputed for her beauty, that her face launched 1,000 ships and started the Trojan War. And seemingly, a number of these people, they had issues that ranged from just
yeah, they're racist because she's fucking gorgeous. Have you ever seen Black Panther? I mean,
not thinking that she's attractive to seeming to have an issue with her being a black woman who was born in Kenya.
Her in that movie, I don't know, man.
Not one person on the planet actually thinks that Lupita Nyong'o is the most beautiful woman in the world.
I mean, you might as well make Helen of Troy Chinese. Were there no white actresses available for the role?
But
yo, I actually had this critique about Troy. Helen of Troy in Troy is actually one of the most mid-looking fucking people in the entire movie.
Christopher Nolan he knows that he would be called racist if he gave the most beautiful
That's
woman
crazy.
role to a white woman.
You even had Elon Musk firing off on Twitter. I agree that she is beautiful, but casting a black woman to play a white woman in a foundational work of European literature is no more right than casting a white man to play Shaka Zulu. And then you saw the outrage just kind of get bigger and bigger after Nyong'o gave this answer when someone asked her what she would ask Homer, the author of the ancient epic, if he was here today.
I'd be like, so Homer, how do you feel about the screen time given to these women, considering how little you spent with them?
And as soon as that clip got traction, conservatives lost their shit.
Let me tell you why there weren't a lot of female warriors in Homer's time or in any time, including today.
Homer wasn't a...
That's because science...
You fucking... Oh my God, they make it so hard to just make it through an episode without using the R word. They really do.
Typically...
Oh my
based on
fucking
raw
God.
data.
Oh my God, dude, Benny Johnson not looking good. Look at you aging 10 years in one.
Reality, men are created different than women.
And as far as Lupita's reaction to all this, she declined to even engage, telling reporters, I'm not spending my time thinking of a defense. The criticism will exist whether I engage with it or not. But what you also saw is that others did spend their time making counter-arguments with, for example, one writer saying, the Odyssey is a long-form poem about a myth. It is a long history of being reinterpreted by artists, directors, and translators. Orson Welles cast Eartha Kitt as Helen of Troy back in 1950. Today's critics are culturally illiterate buffoons. Speaking of which, you even had Ben Shapiro pointing out that the film's white actors aren't authentically Greek either.
And Matt Damon is playing Odysseus. Matt Damon is of, what, Scotch-Irish extraction or something? He certainly is not Greek. Right? In fact, none of the people in the movie, so far as I'm aware, are Greek.
Though also, for Ben and
as I said, they all gotta look like fucking...
number of people, there was one casting choice that went just...
They gotta have a Papadopoulos or a Stopolopoulos or...
too far for them, and that was Elliot Page.
One of those names.
warrior.
This is ridiculous. I'm not Captain Tall over here. I'm 5'9", but I would dwarf Elliot Page because I'm a normal-sized human male.
No, you're not. No, you're not. I hate to break this to you. No, you're not. No, you're not. I can genuinely make fucking Ben feel bad just being as tall as I am. That's fun. That's genuinely funny to me.
Bro, also, is that
like, fuck you, you idiot.
Lifts
6 foot 6 foot or bust. Sorry, chat. This is, but you know what? Ben Shapiro out here fucking telling us what, you know.
Or no. For context, if you don't know, Page is a transgender man, so the idea that he's playing a character who is supposed to be tough and strong, it rubs a lot of conservatives the wrong way.
Funny part is he would probably talk about how I'm low T, blah, 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 blah.
The character is male, and they've chosen a fake male who's not in any way heroic.
It's not about it being fun, Sylvie. It's about this literally calling out the visceral reaction of me wanting to call them R words.
This is why Republicans have still at least
After 6 foot, yep.
shot in the midterms still.
Though also there, one of the responses you've had from defenders is, hey, let's wait to watch the film. If Page is a good actor and delivers a convincing performance for the character, who cares whether he's trans in real life, right? People saying, you know, even if he's not tall or super buff in reality, we don't know yet how that comes off on screen, right? What's the full context? So again, you've got people like Elon saying Chris Nolan desecrated Homer and groveled on his knees just to meet the woke rules required to win an Oscar. What a worm. But what I will say is, like, if you look at the reviews from just normal critics who have actually seen the film, they are glowing. Many saying that it's one of Nolan's best films ever, which is a wild
I'm gonna go
thing
see
to
this. I'm going to see this weekend.
say, and a front runner for Best Picture at the Oscars.
Yeah.
You also had Tom Holland, the historian, not the actor, declaring on Twitter, it is by some way the best cinematic adaptation of a Greek myth I have ever seen. To which Elon replied, Tom Holland is such a cuck. Though you then had Holland firing back saying The Odyssey is an amazing film and missing out on seeing it because you think it's woke or whatever is cutting off your nose despite your face. your loss. And actually, if I can just take a second to be the petty little bitch that I want to be, and Tom Holland's being so nice here. Elon Musk, how are you so successful and literally the richest man on the planet?
And the biggest loser on the planet.
And yet also the most pathetic, insufferable little bitch. You are a walking advertisement for why abortion should be legal, or at the very least, we should incentivize people to swallow. I guess it's good that you're focused on this for a second instead of trying to inspire a
Saddest part is his own father wishes that his partner, his mother swallowed.
fucking race war. But just like, dear God, hey, how about this? I will.
I love the fact that his own dad hates him and ended up fucking his stepdaughter, which is disgusting, but also kind of pointing just to what type of person this guy is and where he came from.
Invest in just your overly inflated.
That's what's up.
Price of SpaceX right now.
So remember
if you
that.
promise that the first rocket to Mars, you're on it. And actually, like back on topic, even Shapiro, he appears to be, to a certain degree, agreeing with Holland.
There's no real indicator from the trailers at this point that The Odyssey is a fundamental betrayal of the storyline. And Nolan does have a gift for being able to strip politics out of his films almost entirely. And I have a feeling that this movie is going to perform really, really well. I just don't think this bleeds over into regular life in the way that so many people in the
no shit, dumb fuck,
the online world seem to think that it will. But playing this game,
whoa, someone mad that no one went to go see your fantasy fucking epic that you spent all your money on,
where I get extremely, extremely upset about The Odyssey before I actually see it, I'm just, meh.
And yeah, Ben's feeling, his prediction that it's going to do well, it's based in fact. Right, as soon as tickets went on sale, tickets for IMAX screenings sold out.
Sold out. Yeah, I can't get one.
Sites crashed.
Yeah.
Scalpers started hawking them for over $1,000.
Yeah.
The film's projected to gross up to $200 million globally just during its opening weekend. And that was before all the glowing reviews started pouring in. Right, it's got an unbelievable amount of hype around it for the director, for the cast, for the epic adventure, as well as the $250 million production value. I mean, I've been kicking myself because I didn't get IMAX tickets in time. I thought I had them, but it was actually, I got early tickets for Dune. So that's probably just going to be more beneficial for the movie because I'm going to watch it when it comes out, and then I'm going to get into a later IMAX screening. But hey, time will tell. You know, the future's not guaranteed, and we're all, most all of everyone is talking about a fucking movie that no one's watched yet. But hey, in the meantime, let me know your thoughts, opinions, reactions to all this, and also, are you going to see the movie? But then also from that, we've got to talk about.
I mean, I'm going. I'm 1000% going. Like now, funny enough, Streisand effect, bitch. They just made it a guarantee that I'm not going to miss it this weekend. Good job. This is like the last time that this happened where Trump store lady started shit-talking this Chinese place. I decided to go to that Chinese place and, you know, get a nice naso meal because, yeah, she inspired me. And the thing is, when I got there and saw that it was packed, I was just like, I don't think that she's having the impact that she thought she would. Oh, by the way, Trump store lady got arrested this weekend again. I'll go into it a little bit tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have it ready, but yeah, I found out today that what do we got to watch tonight? Lego stuff, don't care. We're not gonna do that. GOP panics in Texas. As Rogan Colbert surge. Wait, Rogan Colbert surges. What?
They happen in the future midterms because it depends on you and the voters and what people do. But we are getting indicators that are pretty striking. Texas, which is a ruby red, very pro-Trump state, is closer than it's ever been in the modern era.
Team America ruined Matt Damon.
For Democrats.
Actually, funny enough, Team America ripped that joke off of Kevin Smith.
To take back, which means even if they don't ultimately win this Texas race, there's a lot of indicators there about how rough the Republicans are doing. The Democratic push to flip the Senate basically boils down to these 6 states. You see Texas at the bottom. In Maine, Dems are looking for a new candidate to replace the scandal.
Yeah. He still so in Clerks the animated series, there is a running gag about how dumb Matt Damon is. One of my favorite ones is where he's sending this kid on a bike and he's got all the parts to the pedals.
Some Democrats say this actually is a blessing.
So he just essentially shoved a kid down a freaking hill
to get it figured out in advance of
I don't know why it's so funny though.
Someone stronger in. So there's been a lot of attention, as you've probably noticed, on that state this week. But we're turning to Texas, where Democrat James Tallarico is going up against what many in the party, in the GOP, see as a big Trump mistake.
Matt Damon had really good movies, but he hasn't aged very. I don't care.
Ousting a relatively established incumbent senator who's won Senate races there before and putting in this Trumpy Republican Attorney General candidate.
I'll be honest. He just needs to make one more Jason Bourne movie. Just one more. One where Jason Bourne's like old man Wolverine.
Ken
You know, he's got to come back and like from the cabin in the woods or wherever.
It was already a tightening race. Look at this. Today, according to the reputable New York Times poll, they are...
That's fucking insane. Yeah, just remember, so you got alleged rapist, totally publicly doing things with his mistress, Tallarico choir boy. Guys, this is why they're like, and this is why I'm trying to like frame this as like, don't do this like we're fucking like with Graham Platner, where you're like, well, we might be voting for a rapist. It is kind of one of these things though, where it's like, dude, don't take the political bait all the fucking time, because I'm genuinely fucking thinking that this was a political op. We all fell for it because they fucking weaponized our morals against us. And this is something that I'm going to have to fucking reconcile with for a while, because it is just like so obvious. Like, look at this shit. How quickly they also moved to Texas. Just
within the margin of error, which means, if you believe that poll, it's anyone's race. A lot closer than we usually see between the parties there, both campaigns.
This is just
looking at
crazy.
their fundraising numbers, and look at that. The excitement for the Democrat dwarfing Paxton's struggle, having been in a kind of costly and divided Republican civil war.
He was good as Bourne, but anybody could have played that role. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
Paxton comes into this race with many scandals, and those have become attack ads from Republicans even during that Civil War primary.
Son of a bitch, I just realized I forgot to get this checked.
Crooked Ken Paxton cheated on his wife. She's divorcing him on biblical grounds. So now Paxton's wrecking another home, sleeping around with a married mother of 7.
Why does Ken Paxton go easy on child predators? A Waco attorney, Adam Hoffman.
Yep, Adam Hoffman, if he does not take this candidacy, I'm sorry, guys. Then it's time to reconcile fucking how we go about politics, because if Texas is just going to blanketly be like, nah, we have no principles, we don't give a fuck.
For 3 years, and Paxton gutted the case, offering him just a slap on the wrist.
Again, not saying that we go down like we meet them there, but this is one of those things where it's a hard look, and we need to. Sorry, that's a fact. We also need answers as to why we are losing elections to fucking actual rapists.
Those are the ads.
And people who actually support actual rapists.
That Texas Republicans and other voters have already been hearing about. And if they have a long memory, Paxton was previously impeached by Republicans for alleged corruption. We should note he was acquitted by the Texas Senate.
And that's why they win.
For all the narratives we hear about everything being super
I don't know what that says about electoral politics there, DJX.
There were some Republicans trying to hold this other Republican accountable for alleged corruption. He was also criminally indicted for fraud, charges that were later dismissed. Again, he is legally presumed innocent and was not convicted in those cases. But the question of whether you think he should get a promotion to write new laws and be a powerful person is a very different standard.
I don't know. I'm going to just say it, guys. After the fucking therapist thing came out and it turned out to be false, I'm sorry. That means the entire accusation is fucking questionable at that point. And realistically, we did exactly what the ops expected us to. That's where I'm fucking a little upset.
Then him escape.
I'm not going to drop this one, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't know. I hope we get to the bottom of it, and I have really reiterated that over and over, that no matter what happens with this Graham Platner thing, I want to get to the bottom of it, and I want to know whether or not this accusation was fucking true or not, because, again, if we're going to let oppositional fucking political figures come in and dictate how we react to things based on the fact that it's just like, oh, well, they'll totally do this because realistically, they'll talk themselves out of voting for this guy just based on the merits that this could have happened. That's where we need to be very fucking careful here.
Criminal conviction. Paxton has a new.
We can still believe women, but during electoral fucking politics like this, we should definitely question it with a little bit of a,
controversy
you know,
this week
I
from
don't
the
know, like a
election
different
law that he
mind,
had
I
promised
guess,
to
at this
enforce
point.
using
Because, like, realistically,
his address where apparently, allegedly, he did not live while repeatedly voting. For his part, Paxton says he did follow the relevant law. Tallarico has been hammering Paxton on this. The strategy has focused on the other side of questioning the Democrats' masculinity, a kind of attack the Wall Street.
the fact that that shit works is so fucking pathetic. And like I said, guys, I think the electoral side of America is a lot dumber than you think. And this is where I get pissed off, is that we don't know, if you don't know how to fucking work their emotions, you understand that trans in sports gets them all riled up because they don't understand it. This is a psychological thing. We're refusing to play the game where we expose their psychology and we use it against them because we don't want to do that disingenuously. Fuck that.
Street Journal notes that
they're calling out the evil side of me. I really do. I am kind of getting to that point where it's no, you know what? You will not dictate how I react to these things. And on top of it, oh, yeah, this whole masculinity thing. Can we talk about your gimp eye? The fact that you are you are just a walking piece of shit. Look at you. God hates you so much that he put you, this walking pile of excrement, just looking the way that you do. And this is where I go after the looks. I'm tired of it. I really am.
that we've heard before.
No more Mr. Nice Pep.
For whether it works in a down economy with this
Fucking
kind
sick of it, dude.
alternative is
I
an
really
open
am.
question. Now, Democrats
And the
have
thing is,
long
y'all
talked
know you feel this fucking way about this shit.
about
But you're somehow, some way, we do this thing where we're just well, I'm better than that.
flipping Texas and never done it.
I won't make fun of somebody's looks because then they might make fun of my looks, and I don't want to bring myself down to their level.
But the story we're telling you tonight is not just about whether
Bully the bullies, make them feel uncomfortable, and if you what do we have to lose at this fucking point? Oh, democracy? Cool.
or not they get over the line. It is a story about Donald Trump dragging down the Republican Party, interfering in a way that put in a less viable candidate, that's the Trump effect, and if you are spending money and energy to defend a red seat you're supposed to win in Texas, how much worse is it for Republicans on defense in the rest of the country?
They claim the AG used secret email accounts, burner phones, and a fake Uber account to see his mistress.
Yeah, it's fucking pretty easy. With Christian Texas, you'd think this is easy. You understand how this would instantly end Tallarico's campaign? And this is what I'm fucking tired of.
Paxton is a repugnant
Somehow the Christians are the ones that are sitting here well, we don't need morals.
character. He's always been on the edge of
Fucking
criminal
A.
activities.
3 felony fraud charges which have lingered for
Hey, what up, Coppin?
9 long years.
And in between it all,
I'll be wrapping up early.
Attorney had a mugshot.
There are calls for Ken Paxton to step down.
James Tallarico is a hypocrite when it comes to fighting for families. Tallarico wants to teach trans ideology in schools and let boys compete in girls'
The fact that they use this as effectively as they do, and all we have is nuh-uh. I'm getting a little tired of that.
sports. Tallarico
Can we just tell them it's that's not, you know what? It's not a big fuck. Stop. Is the trans and sports thing really fucking making your groceries cheaper? Shut the fuck up.
says it's immoral to use the oil and gas.
They're not good at selling the idea that this is a minuscule fucking problem. We don't have this problem in America where every high school has some trans kid trying to take the fucking basketball trophies from your daughters. But we can't articulate that because we're too busy going as I said. I'm sick of this style of politics where we constantly have to be nuh-uh.
That employs millions of
And then we also have to play the game of, I'm not as bad as them.
Texans.
Man, listen, I'm going to just say this one. If I am what we need and my fucking candor is what gets us there, all right, then
That's what Texas voters
maybe
are
I
already
will
seeing
think
in
of
the clash
politics. Let's
between
go.
These two folks who want to be the senator from Texas.
So
A
sick
much
of this play nice bullshit.
closer race than usual. Democrats feeling optimistic. As promised, we're bringing in Jeremy Wallace.
Fuck,
political
you've
reporter
seen how
for the
fast they
Houston
clutch their
Chronicle,
pearls. You don't think that their fifis are going to get hit?
Who's been closely watching all of this.
The thing is, you can't even make them crash out. Do you understand how easy it would be to actually get look at how fast Adam Mockler got Scott Jennings to kind of crash out on Fox. That should have happened a lot fucking sooner.
And Obama campaign vet Che Komanduri. Jeremy, is it closer than usual? And what are you seeing on the ground that we might not notice nationally?
Yeah, it's closer than usual on a couple of fronts here. Look, we've had some close polling before with Beto O'Rourke when he ran in 2018, and even Colin Allred in 2024. There were close poll numbers. But when you dig into the poll numbers, both in that New York Times poll and in University...
Nope. Little terabyte. I do not. You know what I also don't think is the solution? Fed posting. So you get a timeout. So fuck you. I don't care if you're on my side or not. You know, pull some shit like that in my chat. Goodbye. At least for a little bit. You get 10 minutes.
University of Texas poll that has also come out recently.
There are no calls for violence on Pep Talks, and there never will be.
You see how the reason this
So
is
get fucked, you idiot.
so competitive. Ken Paxton is just losing independents like crazy. I've never seen numbers this low with independents. He's at 12% with independents. Understand that even Ted Cruz in his worst moments was never under 20%. Ken Paxton has a two-front war he has to deal with. One, he's trying to figure out how do you bring back those Republicans who did not vote for him and voted for John Cornyn and have always had a problem with him, right? You heard it in those clips before. He has a lot of Republican repair work to do. So he has one front there, and then he has to fight this other front war with independents who clearly don't like what they've seen from him, and they like Tallarico. Tallarico's hovering around 40% with independents, which is better than Beto O'Rourke or Colin Allred were at the same point back in their campaigns when we were going into the heat of summer, going into the midterm cycles.
You're deep in the polling and what they call the crosstabs, and I know that gets Che excited because he's a huge campaign nerd, and they love that kind of stuff, you know?
Absolutely.
It's like candy to them. Jeremy, before I bring Che in, you can see how excited he looks. I mean, we know him. He's excited. Jeremy, before I bring him in, you mentioned that that rough number with independents. Is that something that Paxton, you think, can still change because he's now in a different light? Or, given so much voltage and controversy around his history...
I hate violence, even in self-defense. Yeah, I'm not a pacifist as much as I would like to be. I used to think that I used to be like a blanket pacifist until I realized, yeah, I don't work in hockey.
Is it baked in?
Yeah, it's partly baked in.
Hey, Carl.
Partly because of President Trump, right? You know, with this war going on and these gas prices starting to creep up again, it's like that was the worst and the last thing that Ken Paxton needed. Like he needed that trend line to keep going, so maybe people, you know, wouldn't be upset about that. He's now got to figure out, how do I get, you know, Republicans excited about me? Remember, there's not much else on the ballot here in Texas that's going to be driving the electorate. There, you know, the governor has his race, you know, and he's going to be doing his work, but he's in a different situation than Ken Paxton. Paxton's on his own. He needs to get out there and start, you know, trying to define who he is and try to present a better message. But here the thing is, he has no money. Like you pointed in the fundraising, you got to understand that $70 million that James Tallarico has raised so far is historic from a Texas perspective. That is twice the amount of money that Colin Allred or Beto O'Rourke had at the same point in July going into the election cycle.
All right. Got the new poll up. Pep's the kind of person that would get into a fight at the bar and then would have to... Then I would have to have his back, which is cool. Yep. Yep. Are you insinuating that I've always had some larger friends than myself? Because you ain't necessarily wrong. Arcadian actually has a really funny story about that where I was lipping off. I literally did the thing where I stood behind him. I'm like, yeah, what's up? Like a fucking hype man. It's like, yeah, you just got my boy involved. Is it a bitch move? Not necessarily because I knew it was going to de-escalate the situation into, yeah, them just being like, okay, whatever, all right. Assholes. We got to protect our goalie. That is true. That is true. When you don't do that, and he takes it into his own hands. You you might have just cost yourself a championship because your goalie got suspended. If you've ever played men's league, you know how hard it is to get a sub goalie on short notice. Accidents waiting to happen. Hey, don't call my kids that. Green's from South Boston. What's up, man? Good to see you again. Rebecca Green popping over on Twitch. Why you over on Twitch? What's up, Rebecca? What's the deal? Why did you abandon the other chat? Nah, I appreciate you. In honor of the awesome Macho Madness, I thought you'd be here by now. LOL. Oh, right. No. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Maybe we will do like a... I don't know. Maybe we'll do a final wrap-up. I don't know. Do we want to? What do you guys think? Final wrap-up over on Twitch? I mean, it's technically, I could do the 420 over there, but... Huh. Tyler Summers. Yo, what up, bro? What up, Tyler? How's it going? Becca, you in the house? Well, Becca's in the house over on Twitch. She's anticipating that I'm going to end up over there, which... I don't know. That could be fun. We could have some fun over there. You know. Dang. Do I end at 3:30 and then just oh shit. How have I been? I've been taking care of your parents, so haven't been around much. I've been okay. I'm living. Man, good on you for taking care of your parents. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, man. So it's good. I'm glad that you're here. I'm also glad that your parents have someone taking care of them, man. That's fucking dope. Hope they're okay. Shit, I just thought about that. Oof. All right. Do we want to go over to Twitch? I think I might. Fuck yeah, get some spicy chicken tonight. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. My boy was just like, hey, what do you want to eat? It's just like, I know what I want to eat. I want some hot chicken. Get some fucking spicy chicken. Hell yeah. What I can say is that I've had five kids, got one that'll yeah. Yep. I'm sorry that you're about to have that generational thing of hating your family and feeling betrayed because they abandoned your parents. But also, I'm not sure of the family dynamic. Like, unfortunately, you know, I've had to deal with shit like that. Well, I still haven't figured out Twitch, but I will hang out here until then. Mitch, that's okay. Sometimes abandoned family for it. I was about to say, yeah, I know too well about this kind of stuff. Like I unfortunately dealt with stuff in my own family with this, and yeah, I think it's a little rough, but they're amazing. Man, I'm glad that you got amazing parents. Like I'm lucky. I don't have amazing parents. You know, unfortunately my mom has passed. She did the best she could. I love her. I will never think anything that she never loved me. Like that's, but there were, you know, she definitely, there were times. And the same with my dad. My dad said some shit that's kind of fucking wild, but I love him, man. I wouldn't change a thing. I wouldn't change a thing. There's one thing that I can say, and this might come off as like a little egotistical, but I do like who they made. You know, all their proclivities, everything. I actually like who I became. You know, definitely do not hate myself. Me and my sister have had a dead serious conversation about something kind of funny. It's just that my parents. All right, cool. All right. Some people blame their parents for how their own lives turned out. So I don't blame my parents. What I do is I look at my parents specifically, like, with how my humor turned out and, like, how I am kind of more prepared to just deal with shit. Like, there's one thing that my whole family, whether it was my grandmother, my brother, my mom, or my dad, they all wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to be some fucking spoon-fed bitch that had, like, entitlement issues. Like, I definitely did for a little bit. Like, and I was dude, as I said, I was a shithead kid. I was an awful teenager, you know, definitely grew past some shit, but that was a big one where even as a kid, I got exposed to some like fucking like trust fund babies and shit like that. My dad never wanted me to be that. Even like being upper middle class and like having a business that he owned, he would always constantly remind me how I had no claim to that business. Which is the polar opposite of what most kids I fucking knew that were in upper tax brackets. Because I mean, I've talked about it here. I went to a private school. I went to a private Christian school, and I was one of the poor kids in that school. So, like I said, upper middle class. Yeah, I was a bit of a fuck for a bit, no doubt. Drugs didn't help. Yeah, drugs don't help, but you know. I've just noticed that most people have a shithead arc. And I say people, like everybody's got a shithead arc. Now, I hate the fact that toxic masculinity has kind of just glazed over the, you know, agency of women thing and just like, again, how we react to this shit. Like, this is why I hate this. I hate this. I really do. The fact that we even have to do this thing, like the fact that we got to the point where we were like, believe all women is a problem because that means that like, enough just got gaslit entirely. The other side of it is the fear. Like, dude, like it sucks. It sucks that dudes just fucking exist like that, and there is no protection. And like, not enough dudes really fucking apparently value women very much. Like, outside of sexual relationships and just making babies. I don't know. Like, it seems like if I was just an alien. And I mean like an actual fucking space alien, you know, fucking Republicans. That I would look at that and just be like, wait, what the fuck? It is a strange thing. It is. It is. It's just like, why are these guys like such pieces of shit? This is fucking weird. It's like, bro. Alrighty. Man, I am debating if I want to just hop on over to Twitch. I think I might. I'll never just believe any. Well, no, that's the thing. Like I do have like, I don't want to say like a court of law brain. I despise most dudes. You live in Magaland? Oh, that sucks. I was on my own from 16, kicked out because I wasn't strict. Oh shit, that sucks. Love your mom, Pep. Thank you, Robin. I appreciate that. It means a lot to me. That's part of the reason so many conservative men are attracted to trans women. They're very loud about it without even thinking that, like, without seeing that they are. Do they get it? Like, do they honestly get it? Anytime that I see somebody freaking out about it, I'm just like, we know what you do. It's like, tell us your search history more. All right, who didn't snap into a Slim Jim? Ooh, we got a cream of the crop. Ooh, Hulk Hogan is a jabroni. I know, not as creative tonight. All right, so this is what's happening, guys. If I do go to Twitch, we'll see. What is going to happen regardless is I got pee. So I'm going to make my mind up while I do this. Chill with the dog. And I shall be back. Okay. Now I don't feel like I'm gonna die. Oh, my bladder's full. All right. Yeah, you know what? I think I want to do I think we'll end it on Twitch. Hi, what's your political opinion? I'm left of. I'm a like DSA kind of guy. That's my political opinion. Trans rights or right bites. I don't know. I'm gonna peter out. Why? What are yours? Opposite of mine? I don't know. Didn't you say you were from Germany? It's around 19 you start to really lose your ability to easily induce neuroplasticity. That's true. Yeah. That's actually like kind of center right-ish. Okay, that's fair. May not be as like in full agreement on anything, but but you're pro borders? Why? Your own country wasn't up until fucking 40 years ago. Oh, sorry, 70. No, I'm just gonna say it. Fuck, like, no. You still get to deal with that whole side of things where you legitimately like tried to like take over Europe. Like, yeah, of course you're not a fan of borders. We fucking get it. You know, you guys were kind of all about that in the early 1900s up until the mid. I don't know. There was a lot of shit that happened there, though. I don't know. Since 2015, we need to have concrete blocks in front of our Xmas markets. Yeah, you can restart some healthy growth in your 30s for your brain. That's true. I mean, I got better. Like, I did. And not, like, better, but I definitely, like, I started valuing things differently, and, I don't know, I just became a better person. Like, I started I lost, like, ego death was pretty, that was a big one. And you guys can guess what took me there, but realistically, guys, like, that really opened my eyes where I was like, what am I doing? Like, I realized that I just really, I don't need everybody to like me, but I would like to be a likable person. I would like to be the best person I possibly can be. If I can help somebody, I'm going to. But, yeah, realistically, that's where I'm at. Illegal immigrants. I don't have a problem if you're an immigrant. Okay, what if those illegal immigrants are technically behaving? Like, dude, stop. You're believing the fucking, this thing where brown people or people that don't look like you and sound like you are the problem for things happening in your life, which, as an American who has been fucking just blasted with this propaganda forever, and again, kind of came from a certain place, we learned it from a certain country. I don't know, man. Maybe think more critically. I don't know. Get culturally, go and just experience their culture. Go to, if it's the mosque you're scared of, go to a mosque. Go see what's up. Go eat some halal food. What the fuck, dude? Go experience things. Go meet some people. Maybe you'll change your fucking mind. But I genuinely think that it's fucking crazy when some shithead that's in a country that's about the size of fucking Jersey, like, realistically, you're sitting here, the immigrants. Dude, you guys have open borders for each other. Europe is literally, you guys share a currency, you dumb fuck. Christ almighty. I have never gotten behind this idea of fucking this weird racism that y'all fucking live with. This idea that some fucking other culture is coming into my country and changing my ideals. Fuck you. I've never had that. You know what I have had? I have had some, I've had some real fun going to other people's churches. I've gone to other services that were not of my religion. And you know what? I had a good time. Run down that thought about learning it from a very specific country. Well, it's the country he said he's from. Sorry, I like a chat that it's interesting. No, hey, I don't apologize. I'm just I'm calling it like I sees it. I'm actually genuinely shocked that I'm not triggering you, bro. I actually do like some churches when I visit them, sometimes depending on what they do, regardless if I'm usually with a woman. That's a weird statement, Bob. That's okay. I quite enjoyed being invited to cookouts. Same. I also enjoy the block parties that we've had, and just in general, I love our restaurants that we have. I love the fact that I get to experience a lot of fucking cool people that are not, you know, from my culture. Eat that shit. Let's give a meal to everyone before they pray. Nice. I didn't say I didn't like to talk to you. No. The thing is, you better be able to, like, take me making fun of you or disagreeing with, like, what you believe in while making fun of you. Because, believe it or not, I do try to, like, make this entertaining, and part of that is making some humor. And every once in a while, it might come at your expense. So, there are, like, 3 chats right now. Yeah, we do have 3 chats right now, actually. Legit chats, too. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, Kois and Mitch are hanging over in the horizontal. And we got DJX and Tyler, Bob, and the rest, Jet and all them hanging out in the vert. Then we got, dude, we have a decent amount of people watching over on Twitch tonight. That's pretty cool. Sorry, did you read my message? Yeah, the one that you said, yeah, I can shit on you? Cool. It helps me expand social understanding. Yep. We laugh when we grow. Crazy how that works. Yep. Gotta lurk because you're cooking. Nice. No matter what, I got food coming, and once that is here, I'm gonna go enjoy that. Hence why I'm thinking I'm gonna do. Oh boy, do I just want to? I think we're just. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna just keep it going until the 420. We're just gonna smoke and. Oh, but man, I got this thing over here. Why don't I like ice? I don't understand it. I don't know, man. It's almost like, again, your country had some dudes that wore some brown shirts and went around and did some shit. Very, very similar. I don't know, man. I don't know. God, being a German, like, talking about immigration policy, you want to talk about walking on eggshells, my guy. But it was secret. Not so secret. You do understand that, like, historical context means that it wasn't so secret. If it was super secret, you know, super, like, you know, the super secret police. Yeah, well, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, because he lost. Exactly. Exactly. And the thing is, we're better than you, or we thought we were better than you. You know, I grew up in an America that used to think it was better than the Nazis. Instead, now it just is racing Israel to become them. So, that's the times we live in, though. Isn't that fun? A German not understanding the Gestapo? Yeah, I know. Isn't that wild? I'm pretty sure that you guys weren't even allowed to practice right-wing policies until, like, what, 10 years ago? Really well, chill day. Hope you're doing well. Oh, shit, yeah. You guys take such good care of each other. I appreciate that. Y'all are awesome. My bad, bro. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, ish. Don't Fed post. I appreciate you apologizing, though. So, you can hang. Again, you can hang if you've subbed. If you subscribed to my channel, then yeah, you're totally cool. Well, if you are anti-Israel in Germany, which I'm not, they jail you, LMAO. Well, ain't that a bitch? Isn't that like this weird fucking self-fulfilling prophecy? Huh. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Wow. Oh, man. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I gotta be honest. You sub? Hell yeah. How ironic. Exactly. Anna, right? That's just like, I don't know, man. That's, the irony is just, ooh. It's so ironic. I mean, we got Alanis Morissette over here. Fucking Christ. Oh, man. I hope y'all got that joke, and if you didn't, am I pro-Ukraine? Yeah, I'm pro-Ukraine. I'm not pro-Russia. Are you pro-Russia? Are you a pro-Russian German? Again, odd. Again, I don't know. There's a good chance that you have a fucking relative that bid it to a fucking some Russian ordinance, but here you are. Okay. Bro. Alrighty. This is wild. Yeah, I gotta say, there's a reason that I am not going to just end stream here so quickly. We're gonna definitely go to the 420, that's for sure, but this is fun. This is fun. Ukraine fucked up Nord Stream, which hurt us Germans a lot. Yes. Do you know why they fucked up Nord Stream? Because Russia decided that, you know how you like borders? Well, they ignored that. Bro. Do you guys ever hear yourselves or see what you type? It's crazy. It is genuinely crazy that you're in here just like, yeah, I'm mad that they blew up Nord Stream and blah, 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 blah. But no blame for fucking ignoring the borders, which you yourself are saying you value. Not just German borders, but doesn't that mean borders for all? Or am I misinterpreting this? You got Azov information. The Azov battalion bullshit. You ever think that that's planted? I'm just gonna say it. Like, do you ever think that that shit's planted? I don't know. It seems. Listen, again, your culture. It's not like you've been known for not believing propaganda. So I don't know if that's, you know, how many generations removed are you here? Oh, this is fun. I haven't been able to practice my American awesomeness from WW2 for quite some time. You know what? If this is what patriotism is, I'm in. Oh shit. Well, they got funded in 2014. Okay. Who is funding that? Wait a minute. Wasn't that guy taken out? Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, that guy was taken out. Yeah, Pep's going full on American exceptionalism. Hey, in this case, why not? Holy crap. They created a GoFundMe? Wait a minute. That'd be hilarious. Oh, man. I don't know. This whole Azov battalion thing. Do you ever think that you are, you're getting work there, homie? I think that you're getting work there. I think that you guys are kind of slipping back into some, familiar territory. It's ironic that we're about to go back to the 30s. Just, I didn't know that Germany was so gung-ho to do the same. You know, that used to scare the crap out of the world, but right now, considering everything, it's kind of weird that you're going to be like, what, the number 7 to everything? Because, like, realistically, it's America, so many other countries, and then, you know, since you guys are Israel's bitch too, you know, got to get through that. You realize the Russians are the ones? Yes. He doesn't. No. Yep. No, I understand how your politics work, dude, but I don't think that you understand just from being on the outside. This is one of the fun parts about being on the outside of all this, realizing that y'all are like, you're like this close. You're like this close. All you need is a charismatic painter that had a really bad day. I'm telling you right now, I swear to God, if your next elected official turned out to be like some type of artist, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. It's just like, or my ass off. Oh! That's what you come here, right? That's how you come here, folks. Oh, fuck. The future's gonna be so lit. What context do you mean that in? Do you mean like blinded by the light? You know, type of thing? Yep, lots of sunburns. Leftist, green-centered. Yeah. But the thing is, what are your leftists? Like, the thing is, you seem, again, you're center-right. I wouldn't even call you center-right, because you're just like, I like gay people. I mean, I'm okay with gay people. Antifa literally means anti-fascist. My grandfather was Antifa, you know. He kind of did this thing he was actually in the Pacific Theater, so he didn't really do it against y'all. But I will say this, we were all pretty Antifa here in America during WW2. And since that's where I'm gonna keep this conversation, guess what? Yeah, pretty proud of that shit. You know, that's my patriotism coming through there, buddy. I can't wait for the next immediate moment in any given situation. Yeah, right. Yeah, I tell anyone if during a course of the day how the policies are currently, then they shock me with some Fox News lies quoted word for word. Yeah, dude. No, for real. I've been getting that shit like more and more. Like, yeah, the propaganda fucking repetition is just insane. This is funny. Oh, it's genuinely hilarious. I hope that you don't think this is a bit. I am enjoying myself. This is awesome. AFD video, which is propaganda labeled as the Nazis. I don't know what the AFD is. I don't pay that much attention to your politics. I kind of got some shit going on here in America. You know, we call it America. You know, with the me. We emphasize that me because that's what I'm all about here in America. Is me, myself, and I, sir. It's the right-wing party. Oh. Well, I mean, German right-wingers carry a certain connotation, you know? It's almost like they have reasons. It's almost like, you know, what, almost 40 years of reasons? Wow, when you really break it down in the context of history, they weren't really around that long. Oh, I ain't watching that shit. Oh, snap, he posted it? No, I ain't watching that shit. The AFD is the far-right party that utilizes obvious things to add plausible deniability to their Nazism. Ah. Oh, wait a minute. You know what's crazy? The fact that this guy... Like, how do the Germans feel about the fact that it took their neighbor to come in and just be like, all right, I'm going to run this shit now. And you're going to listen. Y'all were like, yeah. Yeah. All right. Listen, I come here from Austria. I'm going to tell you exactly how this is going to go. Yeah, Daddy. Come, give it to us. Give us the knowledge. Yeah. That's what you all sound like, right? Now I'm just doing the reductive American thing. I feel like a jerk because this guy's actually trying to have a conversation and I'm sitting here, I'm just like, Peter, I think that we need to make a cameo, yeah? Eric, I think that we do. Dead Asshole. How are you, Dead Asshole? We love you. Yeah. If you do not know, I am Peter, and that is my brother Eric. We always we try to swap off. Yes. It's very Hans and Franz, but we didn't want to do the whole bitch steal. It's like a Hans and Franz if it was part of Big Lebowski, you know? We are nihilists. We are also very big fans. Ah, dude, you're laughing at this. I love you already. All right. He's got a sense of humor, folks. Oh, shit. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. You know what? Genuinely, I was not expecting that. For you to genuinely type, ha 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 ha. I got you. All right. Yeah, you chill. Fuck yeah. You just earned some points in my book for that one. Sprockets. Do you know what we call sprockets over here? Yes, we call it Eric's asshole because it's so tight. It's like a perfect little fit. Yeah, like the sprockets. Is that what the sprocket is? I don't know, but you just gave away the game. Eric, we're having a Thursday party. What are sprockets? I don't know. Spacely sprockets. I think it's something like in America, like we watched the Jetsons and we were just like Spacely sprockets. Sprockets. It's very fun to say with a fake German accent. Yeah. Yeah, it's literally from the Jetsons. Oh my god, they have cogs. That's right. Cogs. We do not call them the cogs because we wanted to call them sprockets because technically sprockets is so much more German. As I said, welcome to PepTalks. I mean, realistically, that's where I got like this entire bit is from what Dieter? I think yeah, Dieter. They are springy. Yes, they are springy sprockets. The springy goes into my sprocket, yeah. I do drive an Audi. Did you know something interesting about the Audi? It has an innie as well. I woke up to this. Oh boy, Natch. Yes! The fact that you felt... All right, that just made me happy. All right, I'm out of questions. This dude just was like, this guy just, he just did fake German, he did fake German voice, and he just got me to stop asking the political questions, because this guy's he's a bit of a shilly pants. Yeah. W, fuck yeah. Poop jokes are big in Germany. Scotsman. Wait a minute. So you're telling me that the hit tune from DDR is technically a different type of song over in Germany? I'm a scat man. He just said the word. I don't think they know what that means in America. Oh, look at them getting cheeky. Oh, fuck. Thank you for the makeup brush, Tyler. I appreciate that. Thank you for the jewels. I always appreciate the dude, I like the jewels over on YouTube, I have to say. Yeah, I do appreciate the jewels. Also, for anybody following over on Twitch, if you haven't already actually followed my page, consider doing so. Welcome to the show. Wanted a dingy in the middle. Hey, that worked. You just like give me a dinghy. No Schlitz? No, there are no Schlitz because Schlitz is gone forever. I think that's German racism in advanced mode, right? This guy's gonna be out there. This streamer Pep Talk, she was out there making fun of us. She was very meanie bobini, yeah. Oh shit, this one really got me. Shit's a thousand. Oh fuck. He's just like he just perks up. Oh fuck, Schlitz malt liquor. Yep, that's gone now, man. Yeah, they shut it down. The PBR factory shut that shit down. I had to Google sprockets. We got a German guy to fucking Google sprockets because we're making fun of sprockets. No! All right, well, I think I broke, I personally broke, like, my internet here. Like, that is fucking hilarious to me. Oh my god. This guy rules. Deadass Bull. Seriously. I'm deadass serious. You need to fucking follow me over on Twitch. This is too much fun. Like, you gotta come back here with this. Actually, you need to not only follow me on Twitch, I'm gonna tell you exactly what you gotta do. You also gotta follow me over on YouTube. You gotta sub over on YouTube, because I got an active chat over there. And for real, man, like, this is fun. This is fun. You know how to hang. You act like the fact that you have been laughing like through this has been like genuinely funny to me. So, and if there's one thing I value in life, it's things that make me laugh, people that make me laugh, and he needs to join he does. You need to join the Discord. You do. No. You're right. You're right. You're fucking right. All right, here. You're getting an invite to my Discord. I have an invite-only Discord. Nah. Only on Twitch. Ah, come on. Well, fine. You're fine. As long as you follow over on Twitch here, because I don't see that you followed me either. And if you got that Prime subscription, I don't know. You can toss that my way. Yeah, they seem reachable. Yeah. No, for real, dude. I don't know. Like, my audience likes you. I actually think that this was pretty chill, man. This was pretty funny. For the alcohol lobbies pushing hard to ban pot. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. You know, the fact that it just won a whole bunch of fucking stuff in the Supreme Court. Well, it's been fun, yeah? Well, okay, so it's been fun. Then definitely make sure that you have the ability to come back here and have some more fun. I didn't get banned? No. No, dude, you were, like, actually legitimately kind of fun to interact with. Like, dude, you laughed at Peter and Eric, which are, I'm not sure if y'all know this, but I do have, like, these repeated, like, I got, like, characters that I do. Peter and Erich. They are my German nihilist brothers. I kind of went through that, but yeah, the fact that you laughed at that got me. It's just like, nope, all right. Immediately, kind of got on that, like, oh no, we're going to welcome you. All right, so also for happy 420 is coming up here, so what we need to do is we need to pack up, get this ready. Dude is engaging. That is more than we get from most right-wingers. The thing is, like, yeah, you're actually, like, legit engaging, too. You're not just trying to be a schmo, like, and I appreciate that, dude. Because we get a lot of people. I only watch Asmongold. Can you recommend any other? Yeah, me. Watch me. This is where my ego will come. I have better hair than Asmongold. My room is way cleaner than Asmongold's. My whole house is way cleaner than Asmongold's. I have better politics than Asmongold. I'm politically more savvy than Asmongold because I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about. I didn't just, pivot from games to politics because, he saw that's where his audience was going. So yeah. Me. And I got this awesome dog behind me that he's like the best co-host ever, but he's being very quiet tonight. So. Moist critical. I'm better than moist critical as well. Now I really am stretching. Like, what? I don't know about that, bro. That guy can speak to gamers. That's hard. And I have a Mrs. Pep. Yes, I do. But you're, no. Queso's funny. I like Queso. Queso's cool. Man, you like the mainstream streamers. Damn. Princess Mouse, what's up? The most modest and humble. You fucking know it. God. Fucking Amaranth. What the what? Damn, that's a name I haven't. Is she still doing it? Or is she like, I don't know, she go like full OF. God. That's one lady that I genuinely feel bad for. Like in the way that the content creation that wrecked her fucking brain. You know, when I found out that she like started doing like the adult game full time, I was just like, that tracks. And she went full MAGA. Yeah, I don't know. You can't fix stupid. Wait, Amaranth, 6 hours waiting for her to get in a hot tub. Never went in a hot tub. You call her Scamaranth? Oh, damn, dude. You guys got like fucking back. Like, damn. It's crazy. Is Pep starting to talk like Trump? Oh, he actually might be. Oh, no. Amaranth. I gotta tell you, she was one of those booby streamers. The boobies were enjoyable, but she went out there and she tried to be more. And let me tell you something about that. That's not how this works. That's not the internet game there, folks. That's not how it works. Do you believe the, I don't even know what you're referring to. What? The stuff, like the fact that they were trying to do it? No, I don't. No, I have a little more experience in Middle Eastern fucking geopolitics than, the Trump administration likes to give us credit for, just by the merit of living through it. So, yeah, they bombed the nuclear facility. That's not how that worked. That happened in July of last year, and that didn't happen. Like, it was actually proven that they did not hit the facility. So I'll just say it. I don't believe it. Hello, cat. Yo, what you doing? You come see me? You come say hi, stream? Hey, what you doing? What you doing? Come say hello. Whoa. I got a key. Yes, I do. Oh, my Lito. You want to get down? All right. Here. Uh-oh. At PepTalks. I need your wisdom for my super real question. Well, I have a super real answer for you, so let's go. Science has proven that smoking the ganja is more safe than drinking. Yes. Those dum-dums out there thinking like, oh my god, I believe the propaganda. All right, so that's official. We've got 7 minutes left in the stream, and then after I smoke in the after we do the whole 420 thing, then we're going to end stream because I got dinner upstairs. So, only thing I know similar to that is that they hit a power plant in Iran. On the Chargers. See you guys next time, Rebecca. I really appreciate you. I will see you on the next stream. And, yeah, hopefully, Uni will be there to commiserate with you because, yeah, she actually said how much she enjoys chatting with y'all. But Rebecca, she mentioned you specifically, so not to play favorites or anything. Who knows? Hear about, oh, Jesus. No, we haven't because it's not true. Only thing I know similar to that is that they... Good night, everyone. Oh, y'all are leaving? I like how I announced that I'm like, going to start rapping stream, and then y'all are just like, I can't deal with a long goodbye. I say goodbye now. Good day to you, sir. Good day! Trump owes, yeah, I know, dude. He said Islamic Republic of Japan. That shit was wild. I've already been talking about his cognitive decline, but, like, damn if that wasn't, like, that was a provable moment. Like, if that was Biden, that is all Fox News would have been covering for the, like, next 2 weeks. Just, yeah, well, apparently we're at war with Japan. Pep, I'm ready for the inevitable next hour. No, actually, sorry guys. No, this one's actually, like, I got some chicken upstairs that I'm gonna enjoy. No, I had a fun stream tonight, man. Like, this was cool. I do have to get better about, like, not streaming for, like, hours and hours and hours and hours on certain days specifically because, yeah, man, like, I do this thing where I kind of neglect some other stuff that I should be doing. So, like, eating. Hell yeah, Pep, enjoy the dinner. This was a lot of fun. Oh, yeah, I've been having a ton of fun. As I said, I ain't going nowhere like just now. I got 4 minutes, man. 4 minutes until we celebrate. As a matter of fact, 4 minutes till we celebrate, and I'm still not packed. My bags ain't packed and ready to go. Uh-oh. Could you be friends with a right-wing person? I am friends with a right-wing person. God. They're not Trumpers, but... yes. I do have friendships and relationships with people that don't think like me. Because my family are kind... I got shithead sisters. I got a shithead aunt. I got... but... we're one of those families where they still claim to love me. I don't know. So, until they don't. Ugh. I have left-wing friends. I mean, funny enough, out of my friend group, I've only got like 3 or 4 that are actual leftists. Could not be possible in Germany. Split's too crazy. You're making America sound fucking downright sane. Which, that doesn't seem right. Based on how you guys probably view our politics, you'd think the same, right? Like, are you surprised that I have right-wingers in my fucking... in my life that... you are? Well, here's the thing. Right-wing discourse, or like, right-wing discourse. Online discourse is not real life. Even I say shit here on this stream that if I was in front of, like, my family or, like, some of my friends, I would tone it down. And, like, I would be a little bit different. Then there's the other side of that where I got some acquaintances, is what I will call them, where, yeah, we definitely have political disagreements. We show up to the same events, and every once in a while we will have a political discussion, but overall we just kind of understand that we don't like each other. Most leftists I know are completely blocking right-wing people. Well, again, I'm not saying that's not their right. But I'm also not trying to, like, disingenuously be like, you know, you're bro. Like, if you're going to be a real piece of shit, then come on now. Yeah, IRL, you can be punched? Not really. I mean, ish. Yes, you can, but also IRL, that comes with consequences. That won't help the discourse. Yeah, that doesn't help the discourse. Yes, we actually want discourse. I consider you guys my left-wing friends. Hell yeah, but we can't hang out with each other in person. One of these days, we'll have an in-person hang. You know, I'm confident in that, where maybe it'll be like an MR event or some shit. Or like we meet up in New York or some shit. I don't know. I'm definitely, I ain't above that. I would love to meet my audience. Kind of like, you know, commiserate and all that shit. It's cool. Like when I see other creators do that. But, oh, hey, 420. Let's go. All right, folks, and it's a very big surprise to everyone here. I am actually wrapping up stream. So, I really do appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. Seriously, this was fun. I love my Thursday night streams. If you guys like this vibe, just come hang out on Thursdays. We what was the percentage? That was like a 28er. It was like bordering on the 30. I like to go over 30 when I stream, or like after stream, but nah. Before that, no thank you. I like to keep it at like right around that, just under 30. Nice hangout. Hell yeah, no, this is a good hang. I had a great time. So, with that being said, if you have not already, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. I do not know what's going on. I know that Dead as Well has already followed me, but you did not sub to me over on YouTube. I don't know why you're so adverse to going over to YouTube, but it really helps me out. I'm trying to get to 3,000 subs, so if it's no skin off your teeth or whatever the fuck they say, then help a bro out. Oh, sorry, you don't have a YouTube account. Oh, that's it. Oh, interesting. Well, if you guys do have a YouTube account and you're over on Twitch and have not already subbed, please do. Also, go check out this space. We have a new show coming up. You guys should really go and check that. Come and check that out. I got a show that I do over there every Tuesday, 2-hour show called Pepaganda. Little bit different format. It is a good time. Yeah, other than that, guys, it's been a pleasure. Today it's been a lot of fun. So I will catch you guys tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. All right, guys. Good night.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks